Hello and welcome to the Ball Plays, the seventh of our Spooktober games, The Wolf of Derevnya. I have no idea how horribly I'm mangling that, so I apologize. Can't continue because I've never started a game before. One interesting thing to note is in the settings, you can change it from full screen, but you can't change the resolution. So it's just always going to be the maximum resolution of whatever monitor it first launches on, which is a bit... but oh well. At least as far as I could determine. Maybe there's a setting somewhere hidden away. Chapter 1. In from the Cold. Movement in the corner of your eye. A flash of grizzled grey, half concealed by the thorny underbrush. You look up from the path. Nothing. It might have been the wind. It might have been a startled pheasant. But you've learned to trust your instincts, and the prickling at the back of your neck says, Wolf. Follow the beast into the woods. Examine the path. Head west or head east. Let's examine the path. Wheel ruts, shallow but distinguishable. A half-rotten plank, fallen from some wagon long ago. A lost glove, traces of humanity. How strange that you once lived among these things. Follow the beast into the woods, or two directions, and it's not clear to me which direction is follow the wheel ruts. I'm definitely not following the beast, so... The trees are thin here. A vague unease gnaws at the back of your mind as you walk. This path, a village must be near. The thought of them going about the ordinary tasks of early autumn, milking their cows, mowing the hay, kneading their breads, fills you with reluctance. You aren't sure if you're ready to face humanity. Okay, we'll head east. This was the direction of the wheel ruts. Faint wheel ruts mark the path running east to west. East, wasn't it? An elk lies on the path, its legs splayed out straight, as though death is still... in its death it is still trying to flee. Its throat and belly have been laid open, entrails spilling into the dust. We have that lovely... I don't know what this style is, but just like single tone ink pen picture of the deer's carcass. The path beyond peters out until it's swallowed by forest. Examine its injuries. Search the area. Okay. Was this done by a wolf? They might use the word bogator. Bogatya? If memory serves. It is the Russian word for a knight-errant. The edges... Thank you, Vama. I know like zero Russian. The edges of the wounds are ragged, torn rather than sliced. This is not the work of human hands. A predator took down this elk. A wolf maybe, but it left without gorging itself. Perhaps you frightened it off. Perhaps. Living out here as long as you have, you feel the forest around you. The way ermines know to turn white in the winter. The way foxes know which way is north. And you sense that there is something unnatural about this kill. Okay, we'll search the area. You didn't survive this long by being a fool. You know a suspicious scene when you see one. Cautiously, you search the underbrush around the elk, placing your feet as lightly and deliberately as a dancer. Fern tendrils, smouldering leaves. And there, a hint of a gleam. There's something metal, half hidden under the elk's hind leg. A knife? Wedged there, blade up. But this knife didn't kill the elk. How then did it end up there? Of course we take a knife. I took a knife. The blade is shiny, unspeckled with corrosion. It has not been here long. You wipe the knife on your clothes and slip it into your pocket. As you do, something else catches your eye. There's a disturbance in the leaves from the elk's death struggles. And there, within it, an impression. It's smeared and indistinct. You can't tell what sort of beast created it. It might be a footprint pointed towards the spot where you saw the spectre of the wolf. No, I'm not following the wolf. Stay by the elk. The elk lies lifeless, sprawled on the path. The path beyond peters out until it's swallowed by the forest. I don't want to steal the wolf's kill, so I don't want to butcher it. Let us head west. Faint wheel ruts mark a path east to west. Oh my god, okay. We are... But thou must into... Okay, I'm going to take all other options than following the wolf as long as I can, so we will butcher the elk. G'day, Salar. You take the knife and carefully separate skin from flesh. It is fat with late summer grass. Your rucksack is soon heavy with meat and your hands red from the kill. So now not only are we following the wolf, we're following the wolf with a bag full of smelly meat. Your hand on the hilt of your sword, you slip into the bushes. Your bast shoes? Bast? Dictionary bast. Not based, bast. It's not a thing. Material from a plant, in particular the inner bark of a tree, such as the lime tree, used as fiber in matting or cord. Okay, so we have tree bark shoes. Sure, why not? You reach the clearing where you spotted movement. Nothing. Not so much as a squirrel. Thank you, Istar. Examine the clearing. Yes. You kneel and look over the leaf litter with the eye of long experience. Not a footprint, nor a tuft of fur. But wait, here on this alder sapling, some snapped twigs. Something has been that way. We will follow the wolf. The game clearly wants us to follow the wolf. You creep through the forest, alert for any hint of a beast on the prowl. Perhaps that is why you don't see the patch of leaves artfully placed on the ground. Perhaps you simply aren't accustomed to looking for the work of human hands. We're gonna get snared? Oh! Holy. You jump back as the trap springs. It doesn't catch your foot, but its jaws snap into the side of your calf, biting deep through the skins you wear. Pain spangles your vision with spots of light. You stagger to one knee and grab your leg, your hands immediately slick with blood. Examine the wound first. You pull away the torn edges of your clothes. The trap has sliced through muscle and tendon. You glimpse a hint of white. Bandage it. You root through your rucksack for old strips of cloth. the long faded last remnants of your... Here we go. Here's Voma has beaten me to the word, so I don't need to go look this up. Your Bogata's tunic. You wrap them, neatly tourniqueting your leg, and press down with both hands, biting your lip. The cloth is instantly saturated, and the bleeding shows no sign of slowing. There's nothing for it. You're going to need real medical attention. We head to the village. You're not sure how you wished to re-enter society, but it certainly wasn't like this, staggering against the tree for support, a trail of bloody footprints marking your path. The village looms ahead, the church's onion dome rising above the Isbas? Good lord. I'm encountering more new words today than I often do in a week. Isbus. A traditional Russian countryside dwelling. A log hut. Okay. It's a log cottage. Carved ridgepoles. You can hear low voices. See a couple of people in the village. Drawing water from the well. They haven't caught sight of you yet. When people look at you, they usually assume you are... I mean, if I'm a knight, I'm a man. Sorry, but this be the way of things in ye olde times. At least that was what they saw once, when you were a proper Bogata. How they will react to this grizzled creature dressed in skins, you'll soon find out. You gear yourself up for the looks. Strike in boldly. It's difficult to look confident when you're staggering to keep your weight off your lacerated leg. But you do your best. You'll not show weakness before the people. Chin up. Stiff upper lip. Meet their eyes. You try to remember the labyrinth of rules that people use among themselves. You feel as out of place among the villagers as you would before the Knyaz and all his retinue. Knyaz? Knyaz. A historical Slavic title. And it sort of vaguely means approximately prince. The people by the well pause. The woman setting down her bucket, you feel their gaze traversing your layers of furs, your long, tangled hair. Silence settles over the village. Faces appear in doorways, and no one speaks. Greet them. God be with you, you'll say. Your voice hoarse, long with disuse. The man by the well smirks. He certainly hasn't been with you. Broda, says the woman. She's more of a girl, really. Tasted this one on the wind, I did, like rockfall. She nods at your bloody leg. Your flesh bit. You need help? I'm not going to do the 'tis but a flesh wound. We'll say, yes, we certainly could use some help. Does the village have a doctor? No doctor here, says the man. But the young woman, she's more of a girl, really adds. But Mila speaks the plant talk. Tastes the death heat on you. Has it out like that. Come on, Broda, be a pillar. The man's nose wrinkles, as though your smell offends him, which it probably does. But he slings your arm over his shoulder. So I assume there's some idiom happening here, but basically, Mila is their town herbalist, and so the closest thing they have to a doctor, and she's like, telling her brother to be a bro. The two of them help you to a building with red gables and a lantern hanging over the door. Womb-like warmth and dimness swallow you. Bundles of herbs hang from the roof beams, and a masonry stove dominate the wall. The air is close with the lingering smell of bodies. A woman in an apron is bent over the stove. Honestly, Branislav, it's not even noon, she says, before she turns and sees you. She's middle-aged with a kind but careworn face. That is a lovely description. Dark blonde hair slipping from under her cap. Oh. The man and woman help you into a rough-hewn wooden bench. Your vision swims through hazy darkness, as all your weakness catches up to you at once. The woman in the apron sizes up the situation with a glance. She shoots the other two... Oh, sorry. Not shoots. She shoos the other two out of the inn. Well, go on. You'll only be in my way. She peels away the dirty furs, and bandages crusted to your dried leg with dried blood, and clicks her tongue at the sight of the ragged wound. What happened? A trap. Stupid of me, I should have seen it. The woman sighs and shakes her head. That's Branislav. I'm always telling him that he sets his traps too close to the village. You're lucky it isn't worse. No broken bones at least, but it will need stitches. She goes to fetch a needle and thread. I'm Mila, by the way. Mila? Mila? I don't know how you... You have to put the emphasis on the right syllables, and I don't know where it belongs. Do you have a name? Am I Sasha? Derevnya? Yekaterina? I didn't know there was a male version of Katerina. Or maybe Katerina is the female-ified version of Yekaterina. I'll go with Dragomir. Well, Dragomir, I imagine this will be nothing compared to the things you've been through, but some liquid fortitude still won't go amiss. She pours your wooden cup of Medevukha. Medevukha? Is this a honey-based alcoholic beverage similar to mead, but it is made much quicker. It's sweet and cloying on your tongue, the taste of the eve of battle. Groggy and should probably read half unconscious, but anyway. From blood loss, you hardly feel as Mila stitches you up and wraps your leg with poultices. When she's finished, and thank you, Mama, she helps you into the top of the stove, which is covered in rugs and warm as a horse's flank. You vaguely feel her unbuckling something from your side. Your sword. No, you may have my sword lady. If you're healing me, you can do whatever you want. She takes your sword. For the first time in years, you are defenseless. You curl up in the pile of rugs and fall asleep, as weak as a child. You awaken to the rich aroma of stewing meat. Mila is at the table, mincing herbs and humming to herself. She looks up. I cooked the venison you had in your rucksack. You must be very hungry. It'll take you days to recover your strength. I don't want to do the whole Skyrim you say nothing thing, but I don't like these two options. You climb down from the stove. Mila is ladling the stew into wooden bowls. A shaggy grey tabby sits in front of the stove. Pat cat. You stroke the cat's back. He twitches his tail. His name is Corn. No, sorry, that's an M. His name is Com. He's utterly useless. Does he catch mice at least? You ask? Not a one. What village is this? Yeah, we'll ask what village this is. It's called Derevnya. I don't imagine you've heard of it. Nothing much happens here. Nothing worth talking about at any rate. Accept the food. You take a seat at the table and accept the bowl she offers. The broth is thick and browned, and steam rises off of it. Yeah, there should be an "of" in the middle of there. It scalds your tongue, but still you drink it like a starving animal, ignoring the spoon. Salt and herbs. You can't remember the last time someone had cooked for you. Mila sits opposite you. You realize she isn't as old as you thought, or at least not nearly so old. Looking past her work-roughened hands, she can't be more than 30. The eyes, though, there's something in those distant eyes, as though she's seen empires rise and fall. Where are you from? Asks Mila. From Novgorod. She looks up, her interests piqued. Novgorod the Great? Where the knyaz lives? The very same. But the grandeur of the court is not what you remember of Novgorod. To you, it was mud and ice, the hubbub of the market square, the smoke of the forges, the stink of the fishmongers, the clamour of hooves and feet on the slick, wood-paved streets. Wood-paved streets? Did you serve him, the knyaz? Yes, I fought in his wars, but that was a long time ago. You've been out here on your own all this time? I am now, but not always. I used to travel with... our first love. I know it sounds foolish, but I never met anyone who understood me like that. We were like two halves of the same soul. Vitalia. The name meant life. What was she like? He was kind, she was valiant, they were steadfast. Steadfast. They were steadfast. They never broke a promise, never went back on their word. They would have walked through fire and water for me. It gave me such strength, knowing, thinking, that they would always be there. The memories flood in unbidden. We were inseparable. We rode side by side on two great war horses, fought back to back on the lake of ice, saved each other's lives I don't know how many times. I thought that as long as we were together, nothing would stop us. Mila looks at you keenly through the 1,000-mile eyes. Not your first, she says, your only. That's not what I said, but it's written all over your face. There's never been another, has there? You shake your head. There couldn't be. Not after... Now she's just getting nosy. You lock eyes with her and drink your stew in silence. Pointed silence. Mila gives you a patient smile. After a minute or so, it sinks in that you're being ridiculous, but you're damned if you'll break the silence first. Yes, it's another text adventure, FG's. The fire in the stove is out. I could draw you a bath. I wouldn't mind a bath, but also wouldn't a bath undo all of the poultices on our, destroyed leg? That would be lovely, actually. She hauls a cast iron tub out from the corner, places it inside the stove, and fills it with water. She hangs a blanket over the stove's mouth for privacy. You slip inside. It's hazy and steamy, and roomy enough for a grown man. It takes time to strip your clothes off, layer upon layer of skins and furs, basted together or tied with thongs. And to me that means sandals. So that's weird, but all plastered together with old mud and sweat. You slip inside the tub with a sigh. The warm water is soon cloudy and brown. Parasites float to the surface, wriggling in their death throes. You attempt to rake some of the worst snarls out of your hair. and beard with your fingers, though it's no use. They'll probably need to be cut out. You scrub yourself, trying to get the black grime out from under your nails and in the creases of your palms. But even when your skin is clean, you can't shake the feeling that something is still clinging to you like a shadow. When you emerge, Mila isn't there. She's laid out a fresh caftan? 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 Okay, so it's like a dress? Yeah, armor made of flip-flops. That's where my head went. I'm sorry. A man's long-belted tunic worn in countries of the Near East, or a woman's long, loose dress, a loose shirt or top. A tunic and trousers. There's even a pair of newly woven shoes. I will graciously accept your gift. The caftan is berry red, with patterns of leaves embroidered around the sleeves and lower hem. It's a bit too large for you. There are faint stains under the arms. You wonder who wore it before you. If Mila made it herself, who she spent all these hours embroidering the leaves for. She re-enters the inn a few hours later, a basket of marsh peppers under her arm. You look significantly more human. How are you feeling? I'm not going to be mean to her. I'm feeling better. Your color is back anyway. She presses her hand to your forehead, and you have no signs of fever. You are a lucky man. You finger the hem of your caftan. A tear has been mended, cunningly concealed with a bird in orange embroidery. Did you do this? It's all so elaborate. She chuckles. Oh, that's just a little private joke. Everything is improved by adding a firebird. I figure if you need to repair something, you may as well make it look nicer than it did before. You have a gift? As in, she does a really good job of embroidering. Okay. She shrugs. A man may have a gift, become a great wood carver, or icon painter. For a woman, it's always just doing that which is needed. You say, I feel stronger. I think I might get out and stretch my legs a little. If you walk with the staff, you ought to be right around a little place like Derevnya. Just don't try anything silly unless you want to swoon again. I will be careful. Thank you, not so old lady. I'll be careful. She claps you on the shoulder. Good. Being injured must be a blow to your ego. You are outfitted with a sturdy oak staff, smooth polished patches worn into it by other hands. Your sword rests by the door like a sleeping guard dog. Yes. You buckle on the scabbard belt, cracked and stiffened with age to the shape of your body. The sword's weight is reassuring at your hip. You step blinking into a mild September afternoon. You must have slept half the day away. The village square, such as it is only a patch of well-trodden mud in the center of the cluster of izbas. And remember, that was log huts, like log cottage. A small church stands before you, its roof, vaults, and lofty onion dome, all built of the same weathered, mossy wood. Across from it stands the inn. The staring has stopped at least, although you catch a few curious glances when the villagers think you aren't looking. The man called Broda is splitting logs besides the well. Sure, we'll talk to Broda. He sets down his axe and pushes his hair out of his face. He's lanky and handsome in a stony way. Flinty eyes, aquiline nose, sharp chin. Aquiline? Like an eagle. Okay. So you didn't die after all, he says. No. Sorry to disappoint. It makes no difference to me. He splits another log and throws the pieces on the pile. Have I done something to anger you? You ask. Nothing you could do would matter to me one way or the other. The conversation is getting you nowhere. The village square... Oh no, so back to this. Broder now ignores us. So, in church, the entrance to the village, or the west end of town. Let us go to the church. That's one I should know. Aquilia. The nave of the church is rich with the scent of incense. The walls are rough planks, but the iconostasis is gilt and covered in lovingly rendered portraits of the saints. Iconostasis. An iconostasis is a wall of icons and religious paintings separating the nave from the sanctuary in the church. A priest sits on a bench by the door, poring over a slim codex with a cracked black leather cover. A curly grey beard falls down his chest, and he has a kindly face with crinkles around the corners of his eyes. His cassock is well worn but tidy. He steps forward and stops you at the door with a raised hand. No weapons in this house of God. Ah, so I'm not allowed in the church because I picked up my sword. Unless we're willing to beat it into plowshares, presumably. The village square, blah blah blah. The inn, so we can't... Broga is gone, he's no longer chopping wood, and we can't do the church because we've got our sword, so I guess we go to the inn. You re-enter the inn's dim closeness. Oh, the lady lives in the inn. I didn't understand. Well, we have been for a bit of a walk. Com is asleep in the still warm stove. There is no sign of Mila. Oh, we can put our sword away. Okay, I'll put our sword away. You feel weak and helpless without it. Leave. Now may I enter the church? You didn't know what a cassock is? Priestly roby things. Right? Yeah, the priestly roby things. Enter the church. That one I get. That one I get because of my Catholic school upbringing, FGs. The nave of the church is rich with the scent of incense. The priest has returned to his book, but no, my Catholic churches didn't have any iconostases. So that one I did have to look up. Talk to the priest. When he sees you, he brightens and closes his book. Ah, you're back. My name is Father Cyril. What can I do for you? I want communion. I want to confess my sins. I seek sanctuary. Yeah, iconoclast, I know, but not iconostasis. I know iconoclastic fury. That's an EU4 event. We should confess our sins first. Christ is ready to hear them, says Father Cyril. He vanishes behind the iconostasis and emerges a few minutes later with his liturgical vestments. You really do want to confess. You feel the laden pressure lifted from your chest. When you stand before the cross, the words dry on your tongue. He lays a hand on your shoulder. When the time is right, the words will come. We can't? What does the good book have to say today? Let's hear today's sermon. What does the good book have to say today? I'm body. Oh! That shouldn't be so. We fixed that the other day. Okay, we need to push that down a whole block. We must have fixed it in a different scene. The trouble is, if I go much lower, I won't be above the game. And I need to be above the game. So I need to be, like, there. And then we need to push chat. Where is other chat? Yeah. There. Now chat should be above me. Okay. Oh, this? He looks down at the book clasped in his arms. It's not the good book, but the tale of Igor's campaign. A poem about Igor Svyatoslavich the Brave and his great defeat at the river of Kayala. Quite fascinating. Do you read? I have never learned. Ah, then I shall teach you. Okay. His face brightens. We shall begin tomorrow. Join me and Onfim here after the Divine Liturgy. Onfim, you say? Who's that? A little boy that you've probably seen running around. Yes, it's... white text on my white shirt at the moment is hard to see. Well, tough. These odd... I'm sure YouTube will get to suffer through it. These old superstitions are hard to uproot. Can we have communion? You've missed it, I'm afraid. Come tomorrow for the Divine Liturgy, and you may receive it then. Okay, then. We'll come back for service tomorrow. I don't mind looking around, though. Your eyes wander over the saints on the iconostasis, their delicate brushstrokes and cracked yellow varnish. They regard you beatifically. That is not a word you see often, but sure. Through their large brown eyes. They regard you saintily. Their gaze convicts you. It enrages you or it alienates you. Convicts you. Where's the floating head? I could go put my... Okay. The people ask of it, and I shall grant it. Yeah. Okay, we'll put on our Legend of Zelda shirt and see if that triggers the green screen. Yeah, it does a bit. It does a bit. It doesn't like the center. The center of the Triforce is see-through, but it doesn't like the rest of the shirt. The rest of the shirt is apparently not green enough to trigger the green screen. You feel naked before them. Their eyes cutting through you like the sharpest blade. Your life is laid bare before them. Every darkest shadow, every corner where you might hide. We've already talked to the father, so we'll move on. Rhoda is gone. We haven't gone to the village entrance, but I think I'll go to the west end of town first. Here in the hollow at the end of the village, the ground grows wet and spongy, and the izbas, the log cottages, are green with mildew. The rugged foothills crowd close upon the village to the south, while the manor stands at the top of the hill to the north. A burly, dishevelled trapper sits slouched on a stump in front of one of the izbas, repairing a snare. Talk to him. The trapper is short and heavy-set, with a russet red beard and thick eyebrows. He wears a fur hat, and a rabbit fur trims his kaftan and boots. He takes a pull from a jug of medavodka and regards you ruefully. Look, I'm sorry about your leg. I can pay you for your suffering. A marten pelt. 2 marten pelts. Ooh. I'm not going to be greedy, but it would be ungracious not to accept his offering. I can have it for you tomorrow. I take it you must be Branislav. His eyes narrow. Who ratted me out? It was Mila, wasn't it? What did she say about me? She said that you set traps too close to the village. Look, we're only telling the truth. And of course, she would tramp a mile through the woods to set her traps in the safest place possible. Perhaps she'd like to do my job while I rest in that nice warm inn. Have you seen... Oh, is this your knife? You offer him the knife you found by the elk, handle first. He examines it with a frown. This is no knife of mine. You see how thin it is? It's a cooking knife, not a hunting knife. Anyway, I'm not so far gone as to leave a good blade lying around where anyone might step on it. Why do I have the sudden feeling that Mila is the wolf? And that it was her knife? About the trap. Have you seen any kind of predator out in the wolves? Out in the woods. The wolves. Wolf on my head. What kind of predator? Did he just tense up a little? A wolf. I thought I saw one when I was coming into the village. No wolf packs around here, he says a little too quickly. But a single wolf. Perhaps, or... He wets his lips nervously. I had the sense that something was prowling around. I never got a proper look at it, but by its traces, it must have been huge. And the way it was stalking around the village, lying in wait, it was not natural for a beast. And that's what you set out to trap. The villagers would have laughed at me if I told them. Said it was just old Branislav drunk out of his mind again. I need proof. Well, so much for that. Okay, so Trapman was actually trying to catch the giant wolf. And I guess we head to the other end of the city. To the village entrance. Here the path meanders its way out of the village and onto the tree, and into the trees, which crowd it with their shaggy branches. On the north side, the land slopes down towards the weed-choke pond. To the south, the oaks and beeches melt into a stand of birch trees, which gives way to meadow. I was told not to go too far, but I guess I'll go look at the pond. The pond water is dark and flat as glass. See State Zero? A couple of turtles blink at you disinterestedly. You prod at the water with your staff. Half-decomposed leaves swirl around, releasing a foul-smelling bubble. Your staff meets something hard, and you pull it out of the water. It's the skull of some small predator, a wildcat perhaps? Whatever it was, it met a hard fate. The entire back of the skull is crushed. I'm not collecting skulls. You drop it back into the water. Search the rest of the area. You poke through the weeds around the pond, causing the turtles to vanish under the water. You notice a hint of a trail, not very well worn, leading up to the stony land north of the village. Not much more than a deer path, but... I guess we'll follow it? You begin your way up the stony trail, leaning heavily on your staff. It grows steeper with every step. Pain bites through your injured leg and you feel the warmth of fresh blood soaking the bandages. You admit defeat. Okay, back to the village. Can I go back to the inn and go to sleep? Like, have we done enough for the day? We'll, of course, pat the cat again. And I guess if we're going to venture out and away, we should take our sword. Always pat the cat. So meadow or manor? I guess we'll go to the manor first. It was village entrance. Head down the path. It's not giving us the manor. You head down the path, stepping gingerly with the aid of your staff. No, this is the same space. That takes us back to the dead elk. There we go, meadow. A meadow, a stubborn redoubt against the encroaching trees. The wind ruffles the grass. A flock of lop-eared, mottled sheep graze placidly. The woman from the well is here, a shepherdess, apparently sitting on a rock with a crook over her arm. I'll talk to the girl. The shepherdess is pale and freckly, her long braids fastened into 2 loops behind her ears. Her pale eyes never seem to be looking at anything in particular. She cocks her head. Susurruses of wind on branches. A stranger approaches. What do you seek, Rockfall? Rockfall? Why do you call me that? Why call a thing what it is? They call me Zvezdana. Taste of a salamander crawling on a rock. Did they ask me? What would you call yourself? A word for a person is catching a river in your hands, she says. She nods at the sheep. They know. I wanted to say thank you. Words with no sound, no smell. What are they really? Just lost thoughts in air. Have you seen any beasts out here? Trying to find out about the wolf. You relate to her about the elk and the skull in the pond. Ooh. I don't see what is right in front of my face, she says. She clasps a lamb's face between her hands and presses her forehead against its nose. They smell the crunch of claws on earth. Heard shaggy fur in the night, and they told me. What kind of animal? Was it a wolf? Wolf tastes of craggy pine and hot blood. This was the soot of a winter fire. How do you know the other guy? Broda? Zvezdana doesn't know anything, so says Broda. Him least. If you would ask, but if you're asking, would you find us under the same roof? That is so. He's your brother? She laughs. No brother, father, mother. None in the nest at all, none out here. Off with you, you daft mad girl. Broder'll take care of you, and that was it. I don't follow. Perhaps I'm out of practice at conversation, but I haven't understood much of what you said. She gives the sky behind you a weary look. Skinfolk, always the chirp of empty fizz between their teeth. Never a moment to taste the silence. But Zvezdana, between her teeth, is the sound of hard stone and warm fur. Sharp grass and bitter bark, solid things, and still you say you can't taste them. You don't find this very elucidating. You're done talking. Maybe she's a little bit crazy? Okay, so there's girl. And we haven't been to the birch grove. The birch trees stand straight and thin, like an army of spears. Their bone-white bark peels off in papery sheets that litter the ground. Onfam is here, armed with a stick and engaged in a heated battle. The birch bark strips go scattering like a flock of doves beneath his blows. Talk to the boy. Onfam lowers his stick and squints at you. Hello there, you must be Onfam. Yes, says the boy. He is all elbow and knees, with a snub nose and two permanent teeth. Kitty corner in the... Kitty corner? What the hell is kitty corner? Diagonally opposite. Okay. In the front of his mouth. I am a Bogator. I'm winning a great battle. A sword would do... Oh yes, let's give the poor boy our sword. She's Russian, of course she's crazy. The steel rings like a bird's cry as you pull your sword from your scabbard. The blade has lost its edge, and it's speckled with rust, though still sound. The intricate liquid patterns seem to dance in the glade's dappled light. You haven't drawn this sword in over a year. His eyes grow to the size of wagon wheels. You're a Bogator, a real one. I am, I was, or sort of. I was. And you went on adventures? You killed things with your big sword? I did. What kind of things? The monsters can also be men. Monsters. When something threatened the land, the knyaz would send us to hunt them. Truly, you slew monsters. Onfam bounces on his heels, just like in the... Bylini? Okay, it means like Russian histories. And it's like fantasy Russian histories. So pseudo-historical tales like St. George and the Dragon. You lay a hand on Onfam's shoulders and look at him earnestly. Life as a Bogator was not like the Bellini that the poets sing. Sure it was. You went around on adventures and fought things. Yes, but I wasn't the heroic one. If anything, I was the companion. He slumps a little. Though I'm more than a match for the bark. He perks up. You send the blade singing through the air and bring it down on one of the scraps of birch bark. He claps his hands and hoots with delight. Your muscles soon remember the feel of your swing. Over and over you slice through the bark until it's no more than shreds. There, you say, wiping your brow and returning your sword to its scabbard. That will show it. He laughs. A smile tugs at the corner of your mouth, an unfamiliar feeling. What did the bark ever do to you? Not the bark. Father Cyril. He says that I must copy my letters. He's teaching you to read and write. Yes, but I don't need it. I can already write my name. See? And we've got a picture. He picks up one of the scraps and points to a set of marks, accompanied by a picture of a rider stabbing something with a spear. You initially took the scars in the bark. What you initially, took as scars in the bark turn out, upon closer examination, to be spidery letters graven in the leaves. Careless writings discarded without a thought. Okay, so he's practicing his letters on the bark. And then I feel like we've done everything. Meadow had girl, Birchgrove had boy, Pond had... Well, actually, we could try and get to the manor. Pond goes to manor. Painfully, you'll make your way up the hill to the manor, grateful for your staff. The manor crowns the top of the hill, its eaves and casements carved into intricate scrollwork and painted with red and green flowers. A small stable hides behind the main building. Below you, the dozen izbas, the log cabins, of Derevnya huddle together like a flock of sheep to the south of the pond. Sure, visit the stable. It is little more than a log lean-to against the back of the building, housing a couple of shaggy cart ponies. A black mare is loose in the pasture beyond, peacefully cropping daisies. That's what ponies do. They eat and they eat and they eat. And God help you if you want to get them to do anything else. Examine her. She's not one of the great destritas of the knyaz's retinue, but a sturdy small beast with feathering, made for harsh winters and rocky paths. You'd wager she's a Polovsky horse. Approach the mare. You uproot a handful of wild carrots, your own horse's favourite, and approach her slowly, murmuring quiet reassurances. Her nostrils flare, but perhaps she senses that you are one who knows horses and loves them. She accepts the herbs and allows you to stroke her neck. The manor crowns the top of the hill, blah 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 blah. We've got a knock on the door now. Knock. The heavy oak door creeps open. A serf woman in a yellow kerchief dips into a yellow bow? Oh, a little bow, sorry. You want to see Lord Godemir? I will show you in. The parlour's walls are hung with thick felt rugs in patterns of contrasting brown and white. Lord Godemir is sitting by the fire drinking kvass. That I don't know either. Kvass? Alcoholic drink, low strength, made in Europe, made from cereals and stale bread. Well, at least the stale bread isn't going to waste, and good day, Shoe Event Horizon. He's a man of 50, his dark beard streaked with grey. His hat and embroidered caftan are trimmed with ermine fur. A scar sweeps across his cheek and forehead, narrowly missing his eye. You must be the Bogator everyone is talking about. Dragomir, isn't it? You nod. He waves you to a chair on the other side of the fire. You sit and lay your staff against the wall, and he offers you a glass of kvass. Sure, why not? The fermented... Want some rye? Course you do. The fermented rye, flavoured with raisins, is sour and cold. The flavour of the last vanishing days of summer. He takes a sip from his own glass. Now, what can I do from you? Those are fine rugs that you have on the walls. Not Russian, are they? Turkish. The Polovsky bring them to trade. It surprises you. They come this far north. From time to time, more so these past few decades. They are fine people to trade with, when we're not at war with them. I've crossed paths with them, but it was far from here. They are fearsome fighters, especially in open country. Oh, I imagine you have, says Lord Godemir. The thunder of horseshoes rushes back to your mind, sparks flying as iron strikes iron, but those memories are not his to ask for. I don't really want to punish the guy. He offered us some furs in exchange for his forgiveness, and we accepted. I'm not so petty as to want to take more out on him. The words tumble out of you before you even realize you plan to say them. It's an audacious thing to ask, insolent even. He nods at your bandaged legs. I doubt you could ride in your condition. For after, when I'm on my way. A bogator is nothing without a horse. It is not possible save for the cart ponies. I only have Dobrny, and I cannot spare her. Take our leave then. He escorts you to the door. I don't want to have to ask for the guy to be punished, but I think it's getting to the point where it's the only thing I haven't done. It's probably time for you to head back to the inn. Ah, the sky is streaked with broad, bloody strokes of crimson and violet. So this has changed. Time is actually passing. Mila is back. She's washing her face in a wood basin, her kerchief off, her hair in a loose short braid over one shoulder. Not much in our little village to interest you, I imagine. I talked to Branislav about a knife I found. He says it's a cooking knife. Do you know whose it might be? She blinks a few times before taking the knife. I'd given it up as lost. It went missing ages ago. I have not the faintest idea how it... Because you're the wolf somehow. Before you can reply, the door creaks and lets in a sudden burst of crimson sunsets. Zvezdana stands bent over in the doorway, clutching her side with one hand. Out there! Smelled the scream on the air. Rabbit in a snare. A swallow darts from the cleft in the rocks. Felt the slice of teeth with my own eyes. Mila ushers her to a bench and places an arm around her. Slow down and just speak plainly. Black of rent paper, heartbeat of a dying tree. Mila looks at you helplessly. I have no idea, but something is obviously wrong. Verily, verily, eh? Where did it happen? Whatever it is. She points vaguely towards the end of town, where the trees eat the isbas. I'll fetch Lord Godemir, says Mila, already halfway out the door. Meet us there. I will continue trying to talk to her. She lolls on the bench, rocking back and forth, her eyes out of focus. Swallow darts from the cleft, swallow darts across the sky. Will you be alright here? Oh, and that's meant to be the bird, not... This is meant to be the bird, not the noun, not the verb. Swallow darts from the cleft, swallow darts across the sky. The bird, not swallow. Will you be alright here, you ask, but she only keeps repeating the words. Leave for the inn. You set out as fast as you can with your bad leg, but by the time you reach the end of town, all the villagers are there, gathered around a form lying half concealed by a copse of trees. A couple of lanterns make firefly-bright spots in the dusk. The murmur of low, anxious voices cuts through the group. Stay back and listen. A dozen people are talking at once, their voices low as though speaking in church. He was fine an hour ago. He's been torn apart with such strength. Poor Zvezdana. Push through the group now. You shoulder your way to the front. Red. So much red that it overwhelms your vision. and it's a long moment before you can piece together the scene. Okay, that one's a bit crap. Some of this art has been really quite nice, but this face is a bit cursed. Broder lies with his neck twisted back at an unnatural angle, his axe clutched in one stiff hand, his body torn open in so many places that it seems to be more wounds than flesh. All eyes shift to you with your great sword, the stranger in their midst, whose past is soaked in blood. Lord Godemir lays a heavy gloved hand on your shoulder. I believe you need to talk. In the woods beyond, at the edge of your vision, you think you see something stir. Vagrant. Finish Chapter 1. Achievement unlocked. Okay, how many chapters is this? How many chapters is the Wolf of... How do we spell this? Derevnya. 7! Ooh. An unclean force. I don't know that I have 7 hours of continuous reading in me. Like, if it was reading without having to voice, for sure. But having to voice... You stand there pinned by the villager's eyes. The torn body lies at your feet. Your never warm welcome has turned to ice. You fumble for something to say. These wounds were not made by a sword. Look at him. He's been torn apart by teeth or claws. How would a man make wounds like that? And why would I, when I have a perfectly good weapon? Lord Godemir frowns but considers your words. All right, you do have a point. Someone has killed him, or something. Why would anyone kill Broder? Asks Onfam. Coral, 24 flesh folk. You'll grab a score of buzzards, happy to hear that corpse lose its breath, says Zvezdana. Mila cuffs her lightly on the arm. Zvezdana, what a thing to say. That was no man. It was an unclean force, says Branislav. Not this again. Honestly, Branislav. How can you believe in the pagan superstitions? There's no such thing. He sets his jaw. I know what I saw. And we're meant to trust that you saw it? How many copies of me do you see right now? 2 or 3? A man is dead, Lord Godemir raises his voice. Brutally dead, and we need to know what happens. It's actually a murder mystery game. I'll find out, you offer. You aren't sure whether it's concern for the villagers or merely the desire to clear your name that makes you speak. By rights, you should have nothing to do with this, but Onfam is looking up with you, his homely face so guileless and open. To him, you are a knight of legend, a Bogata of legend, come to save them. He should know better. Examine the body. You crouch beside Broder's corpse. His hands and feet are cold, but warmth still clings to his core. His face is frozen into a permanent scream. His eyes rolled back in his head. Big strips are torn out of his neck and belly, laying bare the white slashes of ribs and the ribbed purple tube of a throat. You've seen more dead than you can count, but wounds like this... I've only ever once seen something like this. You've hidden the memories that you have of this, or that we've never seen anything like this. So are we self-deceiving? Have we encountered the monsters before? Are we perhaps the Schattenjäger, having encountered the monsters before? Or we've never seen anything like this? I think we'll go with we've never seen anything like this. The frenetic sword thrusts born of blind battle lust, the panicked bites of a cornered beast, they are nothing alike what's before you. There is a savagery to it, an enjoyment of suffering. Vitalia told you tales that they'd heard of monstrosities like this that still stalked the far corners of the earth. Great reptiles and sea monsters, so dragons. My claim that this is like St. George and the Dragon is verified. And sea monsters who wore the skin of men to hunt their victims. But those were only legends, weren't they? I cannot imagine what has done this. The villagers murmur to each other and begin turning away as they realize that their hero is just as lost as them. Head out into the woods. You step around his body and push through the trees. Your sword brushes your leg, as if to reassure you. It's dark as a grave out here, save for a few patches where the lantern light slices through the branches. Beasts rustle in the underbrush. In the branches above you, an owl silently startles. Do you hear anything larger, anything out of place? You're not sure. Yes, we will of course go deeper into the dark woods, whilst we're essentially one-legged. You lean heavily on your staff, your lacerated leg aching as your foot catches against unseen rocks. Silence falls as the night beasts reach their hiding places. You strain your eyes but can see only dark branches. And so we are forced back. We head back to the inn. You walk back to the inn, trying to suppress the feeling that you are fleeing. Mila puts on the kettle and feeds some dry branches into the hearth. The clean smell of pine fills the inn. She's calm, each movement absolutely tranquil. How? How can you be so calm right now? How indeed, lady? Need that for the moment. Yeah. Wearing a hole in the floor won't help Broda in any way. She's so sensible that it's infuriating. Sit down. You sink into one of the benches but can't stop yourself from fidgeting. It's still out there, you say. What if it's in the village right now? She squeezes your shoulder. If it's still out there, there's nothing to be done until dawn. Let me have a look at your leg. Sure, you can examine the leg. Why not? You wearily concede to the sense of her words. She undoes the bandages with deft fingers. The wound is swollen and angry, the stitches pulling loose from the flesh. Blood saturates the bandages. Her brows lower and she gives you a glare. You've done something strenuous, haven't you? Yes, a little. We don't lie. I respect your honesty, but you have to rest if you want to heal. Look at this mess. She bathes the wound in warm water, her rag stained with a lurid red. She prepares a poultice made with some sort of thick paste of dried herbs, and binds it against your leg. You jerk back reflexively as if something has bitten you. Whatever it is in that poultice stings like a nest of fire ants. Bear it like a man. Yeah. You've been through worse and you don't want to show pain. It makes you feel foolish. She laughs. If you could see the face you're making. So much for stoicism. She takes a wooden cup and bustles around, cutting a bit of this herb and a few of that leaf down from the bundles in the ceiling to make a tincture. She pours hot water over the herbs and pushes the cup into your hands. The rising steam bears a damp, woody, slightly peppery smell. You wrinkle your nose. No, we are a gracious guest. You take an experimental sip. The taste is bitter, mildewy, like the mouldering leaves on the forest floor, and your stomach revolts. Stomach it down. You choke down the rest of the concoction, trying to pour it directly down your throat without letting it hit your tongue. I know it's not sweetmeats and honey. Sometimes the most wholesome things are the bitterest. I know. She serves up 2 more bowls of hot venison stew and pours you some medavuka to wash the taste of the tincture from your tongue. Cheers, Cal. Why haven't you ever married? This almost makes up from the tincture. You lean heavily on the almost. I've heard that there are places in the world where they drink leaves boiled in water by choice because they prefer it. Sounds like an old wives' tale, you say. You turn in for the night, reluctantly acknowledging your fatigue. Your dreams are fitful, stalked by beasts and spectres, whose form you cannot quite make out. So for those of you just joining, we are playing through the Wolf of Derevnya, a sort of choose-your-own-adventure game, set in medieval Russia with a sort of... There's some sort of supernatural giant wolf thing eating animals and people. Kind of. We've got to find out what's going on. We have been blamed for the death of one of these people, and we've just sworn that we will find out what's happening. Dawn comes, wan and feeble, through the cracks in the inn's shutters. Calm is gone, off stalking rats or burns. Mila is pinning up her braid into a knot. Are you joining us for the Divine Liturgy? Father Cyril would be glad to see you there. Yes, we said we'd go. We wanted to receive communion, and then he was going to teach us our letters. I would be glad to come. I've been hoping to receive the host. A soft smile flits across her mouth. She says we best go now then, or we'll be late. The villagers are streaming through the great wooden doors of the church. They are no great number, perhaps 24. Smurds? What the hell is a smurd? A member of the class of peasants in medieval Rus. Initially freemen, but later gradually reduced to a lower status. In well-worn caftans or faded headscarves. Yet you feel lost in the throng. Every shoulder that jostles you and sleeve that brushes against you makes you flinch. You stick close to Mila. Inside, incense rises from the censers like a breath of a firebird. By candlelight, the saints' faces flicker, seemingly now mournful and wrathful. The church is crowded, yet Onfam stands alone in a little bubble of empty space, as though no one wants to get close to him. Father Cyril comes out from behind the iconostasis in his gilded vestments. His face brightens when he spies you among the villagers. It has been many years since you've celebrated the liturgy. You aren't sure you remember the words. As Father Cyril raises his rich bass voice in the words of the liturgy, it returns to you, familiar as a long-lost friend. Your lips form the words without meaning to. Through the intercession of the Theotokos, Saviour, save us. As the liturgy moves through its sing-song chants, rising and falling, the guilt in the back of your mind quells slightly. Perhaps there is a place for you amongst humanity after all. The time comes for Holy Communion. Father Cyril divides the bread and brings forth the chalice, gilt and engraved with the symbols of the faith. O Maker, burn me not as I partake, for you are fire consuming the unworthy. The others line up to receive the host. You hesitate. Take communion. The body of Christ. You wait your turn quietly, furtively. Father Cyril places a spoonful of wine-soaked bread onto your mouth and speaks the words. The servant of God, Dragomir, partakes of the body and blood of Christ for the remission of sins and life eternal. You'd almost forgotten the sweet, bitter taste of wine. You feel convicted. The bread catches in your throat. Your sins weigh heavy upon you. Your presence desecrates the host. the liturgy comes to an end. The villagers pour out of the church into the center of town, chattering to each other, their minds already on the day's work. The light rain begins to not splash, but plash, which is not a word I've ever heard. What the hell is plash? It just means a splashing sound. A pool or a puddle. You can hear voices and the clang of a shovel from behind the church. But we already explored all this. We promised we'd go learn our letters, so let's see if the Father will go teach us our letters after communion. I'm here for the reading lesson, but actually let's ask about the death first. Do you know anything about Broda's death? I'm afraid not, says Father Cyril. I was praying in my cell until I heard the commotion. And what about you, Onfim? He looks delighted to be included. I was climbing a tree looking for birds' nests. Did you see anything? Perhaps a wolf? Nah. Thought I saw someone in the bushes, a sleeve or something. When I came down, there wasn't anyone there. I'm here for the reading lesson. Father Cyril brightens up. Wonderful! Sit right here beside me. We'll begin with the alphabet. He flips through the Bible until he finds a page with a large triangular-shaped letter as the capital. 2 Greek brothers brought the alphabet to Russia so that we might read the Holy Word. God sent them these 43 letters in a revelation. This is the first. This is A. I already know this stuff, mutters Onfim. Then you can help Dragomir. One by one, Father Cyril walks you through the strange twisty geometric shapes with their sound and meaning. You attempt to scratch them into the church's dirt floor with a stick, Onfim jumping in loudly to correct you whenever you draw one backwards or leave out a line. You've done well, says Cyril at the end of the lesson. Now for a quick review. What does this letter sound like? He draws a B. B as in Branislav. B as in Pyotr. Peter? B as in Victor. Has Onfim... He's drawn pictures... Nah, we saw him... He had one picture of someone riding something and stabbing something. And other than that, he's just had lots of letter practice. B as in Branislav. Not quite. It's B as in Victor. Oh god, this expects me to know Cyrillic. I don't know Cyrillic. I thought it was just a stylized B, but it's Cyrillic. N as in Nadia. As in Ivan. Very good, he says. One last letter. K as in Kesnya. K as in Shura, or K as in Stanislav? I don't know, Kesnya. Right again, he says. You're off to a promising start. I still don't really understand, you admit. And that was pure guesswork. The sounds, maybe. But where does the meaning come from? A divine secret is not revealed in a single morning, says the Father. You will practice, and someday, perhaps, you will write down your own tales. Maybe I'll be in them, chirps Onfim. Father Cyril stands and rubs his back. Good work today, we will have another lesson tomorrow. Now run along. I have my own work to attend to. Onfim scampers out of the church. Father Cyril tucks the thick leather Bible under his arm and heads back into his cell. You stand alone in the empty church. A faint haze of incense from the liturgy still drifts near the ceiling. There's nothing else to do there. Okay, so we've revisited the church today. We haven't visited everywhere else, and we did start in the inn. Head around the back of the church. Onfim is a real person who lived. He had his homework, exactly like you're doing, from the 1300s. Or something survived. But the awesome part are his doodles. Behind the church, there lies a small glen, hemmed in by the encroaching mountains. Graves scatter the glen, piled with stones, so the wolves will not disturb the inhabitants' rest. Branislav is standing in a fresh grave with a wooden shovel, hefting out worm-teeming clods of black earth. Lord Godemir stands nearby. Talk to Branislav and Lord Godemir. I don't see the sense in it. Rain's gonna wash it half away before Broder's ready for it. We should have waited until after the laying out. You don't need to see the sense in it, says Lord Godemir. You just need to dig. I wanted to ask about his death. That's what you have? Questions? Our friend is not even laid to rest, and you want to interrogate us? That is enough, snaps Lord Godemir. What did you want to know? Who might want him dead? Zvezdana had reason enough. Stop running your mouth, says Lord Godemir. Yes, Zvezdana wasn't always happy, but she would never lay a hand on anyone. Did you see anything suspicious yesterday? Yes, a wild, filthy man wandering around asking questions. In a flash, Lord Godemir's voice changes. A bestial fury lights his eyes. He lunges towards Branislav. Wrests the shovel from his hands and strikes him across the temple with it. I've had enough of you, you drunken son of a dog. Branislav stumbles out of the grave, covered in mud, and backs away. He sets down the shovel and rubs his temples, turning to you. I am sorry. You shouldn't have had to see that. He walks after Branislav. Sure, we'll look at the graves. Some of the cairns are new, some old, many of them small. The moss fuzzy markers bear carved names that you can barely begin to sound out. So if we hadn't done our writing lessons, we might not be able to read the graves. Under the tree is a cluster of graves in a row. The moss has only just begun to spread over them. Only a dozen or so, but to a village like this, it must have been a devastation. Head back to the village. The rain has picked up and it's coming down in big, heavy drops. Okay, so we've done church. We haven't done inn again, but we returned to the inn at the end of the day, so I don't know that that's useful. We just did the back of the church. We could do the village entrance for the day. We don't want to go into the village again. We could go see if the elk has been eaten some more. No, it doesn't appear to have been eaten some more. We can go to the pond again. The rain has melted the banks of the pond into streams of mud. But a rocky trail... No, we're not trying the hillside again. Yesterday we tore our stitches trying to climb up the hillside. And we already talked to the Lord Godemir, so there doesn't seem to be a lot of point to my mind of going up to the manor. Let's try the birch grove. The odd raindrop filters through the birch leaves. Nope, there's nothing here. What about the meadow? The sheep are in the meadow, huddled miserably together, barring out an occasional complaint about the rain. Zvezdana is sitting on the rock wrapped in a wool cloak, its hood down, carelessly letting the rain fall on her face. Heavy wool on the sheepsky. The gems are eager for the earth. Big clouds. The rain falls down. One of these that I can actually interpret that somewhat. Do you have any idea who might have killed him? She cocks her head. The stoat grows fat on eggs and baby birds. Who preys on the stoat? All sorts of things eat stoats. She shakes her head. Grasp the feather, lose the bird. I'm sorry I didn't understand your second thing. Can you say what happened? Heard that hearth soot on the wind. Smelled the fear bite of the wood folk. Went to taste of myself. Oh, sorry, to taste for myself. Then, feel of snare caught flesh, and I was darting across the sky. So... she heard commotion? And the sheep seemed to be worried about something? She went to look at it for herself. Then the bad thing, and she ran away. You suppose that if you try to get a clear answer out of Zvezdana, you have no one to blame but yourself. How are you holding up? Zvezdana doesn't melt in a little water, she says, turning her face up to the sky. I don't mean the rain, I mean that your husband is dead. She nods vaguely. Gone to join the Earth folk, Rhoda has, and now the bird can dart across the sky. You're telling me you're happy he's dead? Sweet, bitter, who knows what taste is in Zvezdana's mouth. If you killed your husband, you have to tell me. No. How you feel matters, Zvezdana. A whole child life and a veil. No one hears the liver talk. But now, flesh folk. So I think this is no one ever spoke to me when I was young, or understood me, but now someone is trying to talk to me? People are weird? Have you seen a wolf here? She chews on a strand of hair. Ooze of pine sap body heat. No, that have felt it. The sheep haven't seemed skittish to you? The wolf folk bite the fear metal, all right. But not for that. It's a different taste on the air. I sang you this song already. I'm sorry. I wish I understood you better. Girl who talks in metaphors. But I cannot Darmok and Jalad my way to understanding you. At least not all of you. Head to the village entrance. So we've done the pond, we've done the pond, we've done the meadow. The rain is still coming down. So we could do the inn and the west end of town. Let's see if anything has changed in the inn, and at least stop in and pat the cat. Pat Catto. If you're making any headway at befriending him, you're not sensing it. Talk to the woman. She brushes her hair and smiles at you. I wanted to ask you, do you know who might have taken the knife? Half the village is here every evening. Anyone could have. It wouldn't shock me if Branislav mistook it for his own. The owner was in the woods. I want to know why. She holds up her hands. There are 1,001 perfectly innocent reasons to be in the woods. Branislav lays traps there. I forage herbs there. Onfram practically lives there. I want to ask you about the death. I'll tell you anything that might help, she says. Who might have wanted to kill him? She shakes her head. He was not well loved, but to kill him? Our village is not accustomed to such acts of violence. It must have been a beast or some sort of act of God. You don't seem too broken up about it. It is a tragedy, but if you knew him as I did, an end like this would be no great surprise. I hardly spoke to him. What sort of person was he? Sullen, vainglorious. He did not have the makings of a great man, and he resented it. Blamed his lot on being born a smurd. I was born into no better station. Don't take this the wrong way, but I would hardly hold you up as a paragon of greatness risen from lowliness. Ouch! We need a burn heal. That's all about that matter. She has nothing else to speak to us about. Pat the cat on our way out. And take our sword. On the way out of the inn, you almost collide with Branislav, coming to the door with a brown pelt slung over his shoulder. I was looking all over for you. I brought you the pelt that I promised. He presses the fur into your hand. It's like running your hands through a cloud. I hope this will be the end of it. I think we got off on the wrong foot. You both realize what you just said at the same moment and burst out laughing. You tap your bandaged leg with your cane. Mila's got me all fixed up. I'm going to be fine. She does that. Truth be told, I was just on my way to get something to fix me. He heads into the inn. You're in the center of town. Oh! Do we go and try and overhear what he's doing? We'll talk to him some more. Maybe he knows who wanted to murder the poor person. Bugger off, he grunts. Okay. At least that's nice and clear. So we've done the inn, we've done the church, we've done the back of the church. We did the village entrance. We haven't done the west end of town today. The rain is already beginning to wash away Broda's blood. You crouch by the spot where his body lay, examining the stains and raking your hands through the grass, but it is all lost in the mud. You curse yourself for not coming out earlier before the rain. Oh no, we've made a fatal error in our choice of order. Well, the only other thing to do today is try and talk to... Well, we looked there when he just died, Mount Bizzle. We looked around when he just died, and it didn't tell us anything interesting. I didn't know we'd have to look around again. The rain cuts lines into the dirt beneath the eaves of the manor. We visit the stable again. The cart ponies huddle dolefully beneath the stable's slanted roof. But Dobry raises her head and rotates an ear towards you. You click your tongue gently. She stretches her neck out, shies back as a raindrop strikes her nose, then shakes her head and comes ambling over. I like horses, a child's voice announces. You turn and find Ompham standing behind you, seeming to appear out of nowhere. So do I. Horses are wise in ways that humans are not. You're a bogator. Do you have a horse? Yes, I had one. But not a little horse. She was a great, powerful destritor. What color? Palomino. Eyeballed, done, done. Done is most reasonable for this location. That's the colour of the wild horses of the steppes. She had a wild streak to her, all right. Absently, you begin to braid the mane as you reminisce about your own horse, the arc of her neck, the way she galloped as smooth as a river. She was my friend for many years. The two of us, my grandfather and I, rode side by side on our pair of mighty horses, and our enemies fled before us. What was her name? You think back to those early days when you were first breaking that spirited young filly. You named her after her thundering hooves, her shining... star. A bright spot on her forehead. The bright spot on her forehead. Her name was Mushka. Please let us say that means star. Mushka meaning. Little fly in Russian and Polish. Really? Okay, little fly. I was expecting star. Don't you have her anymore? Why don't you have her anymore? It was many years ago, and horses don't live as long as people. You hope he won't ask any more questions and are relieved when he only says, "Ah," and gives Dobry a pat on the flank. You didn't lie to him, not technically. Abruptly he cries, "I thought I saw a fox," and dashes off down the hill. I don't know if this is wait as in stop him, or wait as in we follow him. Wait, you call. There's a killer out there. But he's already gone. The rain cuts lines into the earth beneath the eaves of the manor. Well, we can try talking with the Lord as well. If you want to speak with the Lord, he's down in the village. That's what I've heard. Look out over the village. This is new. There are rocky foothills that cut off the land beyond the meadow to the south. There are more rocky outcroppings to the west. But there, just beyond the outcropping, is a stretch of open ground, and there is a wisp of smoke rising from it. Someone is encamped out there. Are we really going to try and head a huge distance on our smushed leg? The hill plateaus onto an open tableland dotted with boulders and wind-stunted trees. Someone has made a camp here. There's a round tent of white felt, a wisp of smoke drifting out the top. A few scruffy goats and chickens wander around, nibbling at the weeds. No one in the village has mentioned that there's anyone living up here. Examine the chickens. You scrutinize the chickens carefully, and you reach a conclusion. They are weird little dudes. Examine the chickens. Achievement unlocked. Search for tracks. You pace around the plateau, but the hard-packed ground gives you nothing. Even weeds can scarcely force their way through. Okay, we will approach the tent. Slowly, you step closer to the tent, your hands on the hilt of your sword. It's a Polovsky, so these were the Turkish people, camp. By the looks of it, your experience of the Polovsky has been a mixed bag, to say the least. On the far side of the tent, you find a woman with a short bow, shooting one eagle feather arrow after another into a dead snag. She's in her mid-30s, long braids spilling over a sheepskin vest. She likes sheepskin vests, she must be a lovely person, and loose embroidered trousers. She regards you warily with keen black eyes. Hello. What do you want? She gives us the traditional Klingon greeting. I didn't know anyone lived up here. Well, now you know. She knocks another arrow. You're pretty handy with that bow. Good enough to keep the beasts at bay. But there's something like a hint of pride that flashes across her face. I've known some fabulous Polovsky archers. We've had many Polovsky allies. Their women are fabulous archers. Allies, her brow narrows suspiciously, not enemies. Both, you admit. It is no great secret we've not always been friends, but all else being equal, I would rather your people be fighting at my side than not. She looses another arrow. No more battles for me. Who the hell are you? My name is Kitchuba, of the Khotan tribe, says the woman. Not that that means anything to you. Do you know anything about the murder? And suspicion immediately lands on me. Of course, blame the Polovsky. Who was it? One of the villagers, Broda. Well, that's all right then. You know the villagers? You were no great friend of Broda's? Was anyone? She has you there. And then the conversation ends. Fare you well, you say awkwardly. Perhaps I will see you around the village. Unlikely. Such a warm welcome I'd get. Oh, it's Kitchuba. What does she want? Explore the plateau? Someone else might not have spotted the rusted cross of a sword handle, the bleached white shapes that were not stones, but you know at once what you are, where you are. This was a battlefield. A faint path winds its way through the rubble, but it's too bare to show footprints. Search the battlefield. The bones are old. They've lain here for years, long enough for weeds to grow over them and wolves to crack them open for the marrow. Yet you can't stop the little joint of panic that strikes you every time you spot another shard of conspicuous white. At the edge of the battlefield, on a little grassy mound, stands a single wooden grave marker. Achievement unlocked, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Find the lone grave. It's half rotten and sun-bleached, yet not abandoned, for someone has strewn red and yellow chrysanthemums around it. You cannot make out any letters on the marker. You take a step closer and kneel, but as you do, a sharp voice behind you says, "Stop where you are!" Without any sudden movements, you look over your shoulder. She stands a dozen yards away with her bone drawer. The sharp steel arrow point fixed on you as if thirsting for your blood. Whose grave is this, you ask? My brother's, if you must know, and I won't have it desecrated by the likes of you. I meant no disrespect. Her grip tightens on her bow. Your people cut mine down like grass before a scythe. Your very presence here is an insult to his sacrifice. She gestures in the direction of the village. Put the bow down. You don't want to hurt me. You don't want to hurt anyone. The Volkolak is abroad. Volkolak? A Dalmatian vampire? The vampire is abroad. This is no time for us to be turning on each other. Maybe it's idiomatic for like, the enemies are not here. Late enough for that, says Kitchuba. These people have already torn everything away from me. Though she lowers her bow a few degrees. The child is innocent? What has guilt or innocence to do with anything? You think being innocent means you are spared? Her eye slides off you and onto the grove. Your brother fell in battle, didn't he? No, not during the battle. She says no more, and you don't ask. You look again at the grave, at the pain and love spoken so eloquently in the scattering of half-wilted flowers. And you think of Vitala, of how you'll never be able to gather flowers for their grave. Kitcheber has finally lowered her bow and taken the arrow from the string. She crosses the battlefield. You can see a limp to her gait, the way she takes long steps with one foot and short with the other. We know, for them, even when they fought, the battle was like an earthquake or a tornado, an act of the gods, but us, we know that war is a way of life. We know how it is to suffer these losses over and over, to time and again think that life cannot go on after this, and to have to go on anyway. But still, there are some that cut deeper than others, some that throw your entire world into disarray. She nods. I need to find Onfim. I can't just let him become another Khan behind the church. I'll aid you if I have any to give. He has not been this way, I speak true. You nod in resignation and return to the camp. Please don't let the wolf eat the poor boy. Kitcheber watches you with her obsidian-sharp gaze until you've crossed the length of the battlefield and past her tent. The hill plateaus onto an open... No, that's the same. The goats and the chickens. There's no sign of the lady. And I think we're done. So, south towards the manor. Back towards the village. Ooh. You can hear a sobbing moan coming from the direction of the woods. Follow the sound into the woods. You delve into the woods. The rain is coming down more heavily, going from a sprinkle into a downpour of heavy drops that splatter when they strike, like rotten fruit. You listen again for the voice and can just make it out. Straight ahead, well, slightly to your right, then the sound is lost in the downpour. The stream is swollen, gushes of water pouring over stones, fallen branches, and something else. Something pale is protruding from the water. You pick your way across your log to the far side of the stream. No! Father Cyril stretched out on the ground, his eyes and mouth open, one sleeve of his cassock trailing in the stream. One wide, ragged wound delves through his chest and belly, the blood around him mixing pink with the rain. Well, Chapter 2 was a lot shorter than Chapter 1. Pravda. Rusiskjava. You kneel by the old man and feel his wrist, sensing the futility even as you do. You feel empty, not shocked, not sad, just empty. As though a giant hand has reached into your chest and scooped out all your inner parts. Examine the body. It feels like sacrilege to touch the holy man's body, but you have to put aside your qualms. He's warm, and could only have been lying here a few minutes. Your eyes settle on his open mouth. There's something pale resting on his tongue. You stick your fingers into the warm cavity of his mouth and pull out a wad of spongy mush. It takes you a moment to recognize the wine-soaked bread of the host, half dissolved in saliva. Mila comes rushing up. Her face blanches and she covers her mouth. Father Cyril, is he... Don't look. You don't want to see him like this. But she approaches the body and spends a long moment taking in the sight, her lips pressed into a fine line. More footsteps now, plashing through the muddy slurry of that the ground has become. The trees slash the running figures into vertical black stripes. Cries of dismay and choked sobs as one person after another recognizes the body. But I was just with him, doing our lesson. He promised to read me another story tomorrow, says Onfim. Branislav at the head of the group, the jug in one hand, and a stout wooden cudgel in the other, catches sight of you and stabs a finger, It was him! He's the unclean force! A murmur ripples through the crowd as they surround you. Rockfall? I thought I had a taste of him, but I always find I've bitten the wrong thing. The crowd closes in on you, some of them you see now armed with sticks and cudgels. Draw our sword? Talk to them. You know me, I would never hurt him. He was a sweet old man and teaching me to read. We don't know you, we don't know anything about you. You look for Mila, waiting for her to come to your defense, but she's melted into the crowd. Other voices join in the clamor until you can't make yourself heard. Dozens of hands seize you, blows land on your jaw, your arms, your belly, making you gag and double up. You who once laid waste to armies are taken down by a few dozen peasants. You try to draw on your Bogata's strength, but it has deserted you. Branislav takes a long swing from the jug, drops it, and wipes a stray trickle of medovuka from his beard with the back of his hand. He picks up a knobbly rope, tears your sword belt from your waist and throws it aside. You wince as it strikes the earth. Let's tie up this wild beast. He ties your wrist and pins your arms to your sides. The stench of alcohol on him is overpowering. You thrash, but cannot resist. He prods you to your feet with his cudgel and leads you stumbling through the mud to the village square. Mila grabs the sleeve of Branislav's kaftan. You can't. He didn't do anything. Mila, you want to say it's going to be okay, but the falsehood dies on your tongue. Stay out of this. Don't get dragged into this as well. We showed this stranger our hospitality, and what has he turned out to be? A killer. A monster, screams Onfin. How quickly the child turns against us. Teeth broken on a jagged rock, says Zvezdana. You look over the faces of the crowd in search of a friend, but there is no one. Mila stands helplessly at the fringe. Onfin glares at you. Zvezdana is looking into the distance, and you can't guess what she's thinking. Onfin picks up a stone and hurls it at you. It hits you in the temple. The crowd closes into you. More stones fly. Your knees buckle under you. Hooves splash through the mud. Lord Godemir charges into the square on his black mare, a leather book under his arm. He slams the book to the ground in front of the mob. The Pravda Rashishkaya. The people of Rus are not savages. We have laws. If this man has done wrong, I will judge him. But this is not who we are. Murmurs through the crowd. But Father Cyril, if Dragomir has taken a life, he will pay the penalty. If you want blood, go to Byzantium. Now what does he stand accused of? He killed Brodva and Father Cyril. I will decide that. Now, Dragomir, what say you in your defense? You are transfixed by the crowd's gaze. Choose your words carefully. Do we blame the monster or someone in the village? I'm gonna go with monster. He raises an eyebrow. A monster out of legend, not just a hungry beast? At first I believed it could have been a beast, but there are signs that it is something more. It behaved in ways that no beast would. And what evidence do you have of this? I found a knife in the woods, right besides the dead elk. Someone swiped it from the inn and lost it. Whatever killed the elk was no beast if it would carry a knife. Could be a coincidence, says Mila. Perhaps. There was something in Father Cyril's mouth. For another thing, there was something in his mouth. He growls. How dare you disrespect? Lord Godemir cuts him off. It was a piece of the host. There's no great mystery there then. Whatever remains of consecrated bread, the priest respectfully consumes after the liturgy. But why would he walk all the way out of town to consume it? I think it was placed in his mouth by force or after his death. Sacrilege! Why, though? Asks Lord Godemir. To laugh in the face of God, or torment Father Cyril, or to send a message? Let's assume that the monster is somehow pagan, and so laughs in the face of God. An unclean force is a thing of evil. It wishes to show that it does not fear the Maker. Lord Godemir looks thoughtful. Something is mauling dangerous animals in the woods. I found an elk carcass just up the path. Anything could have killed it, says Branislav. The way it killed, leaving the elk uneaten. Father's body was so far from the village. What cause did he have to wander all the way into the woods and across the stream? There is only one reason: he was led there by someone he trusted. Lord Godemir considers this, and I have no further evidence. He strokes his chin. You make a strong case. But what is your explanation for all this? There are tales of a monster that walks in the skin of a man and then casts it off to become a beast. A Vlokolak. Vlokolak. This was the vampire thing. Okay, this vampire thing. An unclean force, whispers Branislav. Melia unconsciously clutches onto him close to her. She says, but here in the village we've known each other since childhood. If someone had such a curse, we would know. Some Vlokolaki are born, others are made. Branislav says, I've heard the legends that if you drink rainwater from the footprint of a wolf by moonlight, the curse will enter you. It'll kill all of us, says Onfirm. Not if I kill it first. Whoever it is, they didn't account for a Bogata, a knight, effectively, in Derevnya. They'll find I'm more than they bargained for. Bold words! But how are we to know that you yourself are not the Vlokolak? The forces of darkness are great deceivers. Why would I tell you all of these things if I were the Vlokolak? To earn our trust and throw us off the trail. Give me some days, he considers. You are not above suspicion, Bogata, but I will not see you punished for someone else's crime. You may remain as long as you are under watch. I will take possession of your sword. But I need my sword. There is an unclean force stalking the woods. What if it attacks me? You'll be at no greater risk than the rest of the villagers. Find proof of the creature, and we'll go forth and slay it together. I will take charge of him, says Mila. I've spent time with him, and I know he will not harm me. May I assume none of the rest of you consider me to be the unclean force? There are chuckles from the crowd. Let it be so. You will remain at Mila's until the Vokalak is slain. And the rest of you, what are you standing around for? Is this a circus? The villagers disperse. Branislav loiters, taking one last slow pull on the jug while looking at you out of the corner of his eye. Lord Godemir gives him a hard look, and he finally ambles away. As Mila puts her hand on the door latch, Lord Godemir seizes you by the shoulder. I thought we were outside by the stream, so it doesn't make sense that there's a door latch here, but whatever. If something happens to her, I will know who is responsible. Know that there is nowhere you could flee that I cannot hunt you down. As you re-enter the inn, Mila says, I think I could use a drink. Could we talk? You're the only person here that actually listens to me. But if you aren't having a drink, I am. Every inch of you is soaked. Your fingers and toes numb and purple. You sit in front of the fire and rub them until sensation returns in pins and needles. She slices some bread and cheese and you eat them without enthusiasm. Images of the mob, their faces, their voices, Father Cyril's stricken body, keep flashing through your mind. Lord Godemir showed up Actually, no. Let's ask about Branislav. What the hell is going on with him? The demon of fermented honey. I should think it was obvious. I wondered why. She pauses and considers her words. He is a man of many regrets. I'm sure near taking your foot off didn't help any of that. Regrets about what? That you will have to ask him. She plucks something off your head. Look at this. A little hair ornament you were wearing. She holds up a wet leaf. You chuckle. I must have picked that up while I was trampling around in the trees. It's not the only one either, she says, pulling out a pine needle. You look a good deal more yourself now that you're in proper clothes, but I really should do something with your hair and beard. Calling them a bird's nest would be an insult to the work that the birds put in. Sure, why not? Mila didn't even wait to hear what you had said. She's already taking her hands through your thick, matted locks. She settles you on the ground in front of the stove and pulls up a stool behind you so that you are resting against her legs. She weighs your hair in her hands. It falls almost to your elbows. Not fastened or pulled back, but tumbling free over your shoulders and back. It's in a rather bad state, I'm afraid. I could try to comb it out, but it would take hours, and you'll have to pull up with a lot of pulling. The easiest thing would be to cut it off. Cut it off! She looks disappointed, but fetches a pair of shears and snips away the mats a bit at a time. Strands of chestnut and grey hair fall to the ground, together with the twigs, bits of grit, and wriggling lice. You feel strange without the weight of your hair, too light, as though you've forgotten something. Vitalia would be sad to see my hair gone, you say. They used to comb it for me, and I would do theirs. It was a ritual that we had. You still haven't told me what happened to them. I've almost forgotten. No, you haven't, she says, and her face turns hard and bitter. It lurks behind your thoughts at every moment. At the barest hint, it all comes screaming back. I'm trying to ignore it. You're right, and I'm tired of ignoring it. She waits quietly. They renounced me! They were taken captive in a distant land. No, they can have died. Struck down by their greatest foe, we swore that we would protect each other to the last breath, that their blood would not spill without mine, but when they needed it, I failed. She finishes your hair and begins cutting your beard. When was this? 12 years ago. And you've had to live with it all this time? So many times I thought I couldn't. It never ceases to amaze me how far past the breaking point you can endure when there is no other choice. Your hair is now shorn to ear length. Your beard to little more than a layer of stubble on your cheeks. I don't know when it got to be so much grey in it, you say, picking up one of the fallen locks. It reminds me of a roan horse. It's late. You climb into the stove and try to sleep. You cannot stop feeling your sword's absence from its spot in the door, like an amputee sensing a lost limb. In your dreams, dark things with the twisted faces of Branislav and Omphim and Zvezdana crawl over the threshold and coil themselves around you. Dawn arrives like an unwanted guest, its white fingers sliding through the gaps in the shutters and creeping across the tables and up the far wall. Com is curled up on a windowsill. Mila is washing the dirt from her face in a basin. When she hears you stir, she looks up, a drop of water falling from her chin. Come on, get up. There's something going on outside, and I promise not to let you out of my sight. What is it? I don't want to complain about our sword, and I don't want to hide inside. You can hear the sound of low, urgent voices, but you can't make out what they're saying. I don't know. The same thought stretches silently between you. That there has been another killing. The faces of the villagers flash through your mind, and you try not to picture what each of them looks like torn by the beast. Pat the kitty! He ignores me. Will you stop messing around? Take the knife. He said nothing. It was very clear that the Lord said you couldn't have your sword, but he said nothing about lives. Do you mind if I take this, you ask her. You're going to take out a Volkolak with a cooking knife, she asks. You colour a little and admit, I'm sure it will be no use at all, but it would make me feel better, she shrugs. It's all yours. Follow her out of the inn. You head into a wan, washed-out morning like a sheet of parchment scrubbed too many times. None of the townspeople are about in the square. Shouting and agitated voices rise from two directions. You can hear a woman's voice from the village entrance to the east, and from the west, coming from the direction of the manor, a hubbub of voices, a man's voice loudest among them. Why do I get to pick? I'm chained to... I have to follow the lady. I want to know if the boss man has been killed more. A crowd has gathered in front of the manor. Lord Godemir is at the center of it on Dobrny. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's the boss man. He's talking with Branislav in an urgent voice. And he wasn't in the church either, and he isn't now, and no one saw him leave. Alright. Break into groups. He can't be far off. Lord Godemir looks momentarily confused at the sight of you without your hair. It's the boy. He's missing. Finish chapter 3. Okay. So we're presumably meant to go the other direction first, rather than this direction, but whatever. The bitter taste of memory. Missing, you echo stupidly. He hasn't been seen since yesterday. No one knows where he spent the night. Letting the boy run around wild with his parents gone, it was always going to end badly. It's a lot of reading, Miss Mori. Some of the art is quite good, and some of it is quite not good. Like this, I think this is very well done. I would be happy if I managed to draw this. Letting that boy run around... Oh, we already had that. Or this one. I would be happy if I managed to draw something like this, but some of them have been, like, cursedly bad. Silence, says Lord Godemir sharply, and for an instant you expect another violent outburst, but it doesn't come. We don't know anything yet. Yep, Onfam is missing. Correct, Skywarper. We will break into groups and search the village and the surrounding woods. I can't imagine that he went far. In the driving rain. You all know what might be out there. I don't need to tell you to be careful. Branislav nods and waves for some of the villagers to follow him. He heads down into the hills. He heads down the hill, into the village, whilst Lord Godemir gallops north with the rest of the group. You and Mila are alone in front of the manor. This makes me like even more than I did when we were playing the... about the same as when I was playing the DS home cart versions of the Lone Wolf games. Make me really, really wish that someone did like a digital implementation of the Lone Wolf games. Very possibly with even like narrator reading it out for you. Let's ask her advice. She pushes her hair out of her face and looks up at you. The anxiety is written plainly across her face. Where should we look next? Why is he allowed to roam around? You've been wondering this since you met him. Why hasn't anyone taken him in? There are many people that seem fond of him. They are fond of him. There's being fond of him and there's taking him to your home. He's touched by an unclean force. Your heads fill with the legends you've heard. What kind of force? In the old times we would have said it was a fey spirit. Now they say he has a demon. From where I stand, perhaps they are only different names for the same thing. Or for something else that we do not understand. And there's no way to cure him? He's one of the reasons I learned the leechcraft. I've tried many spells and remedies, gathered wolfsbane, a deadly poison, for some of the recipes that called for it. Some of them calmed him somewhat, made his attacks less violent, but none of it could drive off the unclean force. Okay, so the boy probably has epilepsy. Poor kid. He seems to me he's the victim in all of this. True enough. Where should we look next? Where should we look next, you ask? The birch grove. It is his favorite spot. Let's go back to the search. She nods and the pair of you fall back into silence. So... village. We don't spot any child-sized footprints here. Village. Back of the church. No. Other end of town. No. There we go. Head for the birch grove. You search here and there among the thin white trees and unearth several of his drawings, but there is no Onfim. Your heart sinks. Now can we ask about her advice? She pushes her hair out of her face. Where should we look next? We could ask about the graves. She turns sad. So many lives cut down all at once. What happened? There was a battle. The Polovsky came on a raid and Lord Gomant led the men to drive them back. I told them not to. I said just give them what they want and let them leave, though no one listened. It must have been a great loss. The Polovsky should pay for what they did. No. No, they were just acting according to their nature, and so were we. A very well-positioned... very well thought out position, I think. You can't blame things for acting in their nature. Where should we look next? What about the church? He was fond of Father Cyril. Sure. We already looked at the back of the church. Into the village. Into the church. The church is cold, the walls breathing a faint hint of incense, not so much as a candle is burning. Through the door to the adjoining cell, you can see Father Cyril laid out. In the unhemmed white robe, he looks like one of the martyrs of the early church. I thought he might have come back here, Mila says, because of Father Cyril. I don't think he wants to see him laid out. It makes it all a little too real. Do you have even more bad advice? Where do you think we should look next? He could have gone to play by the pond. Okay, leave the church. I think it's a village entrance, isn't it? Pond. The light wind stirs the pond's mucky surface. You brace yourself for a small form floating on the surface and breathe a sigh of relief when there is nothing. Search the pond. A chill runs through you as you think of the skull you found, discarded in the pond as though someone was trying to conceal it. You pace around the perimeter, prodding its depths with your staff. Your inside goes cold every time your staff meets resistance, but it turns out to be nothing more than rocks and tangles of weeds. You breathe a sigh of relief. Where do you think we should go next? You think we should go visit the stream, okay? Here the stream flows cold and shallow over the rocks. Onfam could have waded across it easily, but there are no prints on the banks. Go to the trap side. The trap, the image of those cruel jaws snapping through Onfam's skinny ankles, rushes to your mind. Before cooler thoughts prevail. The trap has already been sprung. It can't do him more harm, unless it wasn't the only trap that Branislav set. We'd better search the whole area and keep a sharp eye on the ground. I have little faith in Branislav. There lies the trap, looking even more sharp and cruel than when it closed on you. The two of you fan out and circle the area, taking care where you set your feet. You find a second trap and spring it with a stick, but there is no sign of Onfam. Where do you think we should look, lady? But we already looked at the creek and the pond. Let's see if he's somehow by the elk's body. The elk's corpse is more decomposed than last time. Let's see if Sheep Girl has anything. Uh-oh. The meadow is ruffled by uneasy gusts of wind. A mauled ewe lies on its side in the grass, blood splattered across its side. Zvezdana sits curled up beside it, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "Are you all right?" cries Mila. No steel mouth snapping on Zvezdana's flesh. Wish I could say the same for the woolfolk. Mila lays her hand on the stricken ewe's fluffy wool. Its whiteness stained pink. If only I'd been here an hour ago. There in the muddy grass runs a line of wolf tracks, clear as if the Volkolak had signed its name. Though, to your relief, there are no child's footprints. Talk to her. Tears and blood smear Zvezdana's face in a grotesque mask. She doesn't look at you. What happened here? Have you seen Onfam? Both of those are excellent questions. What happened here? Rockfall's got no orbs in his head to chirp like that. Soot of a winter fire. Tar thick leg while the knife falls. And where was Rockfall in all this? So, I'm an idiot to ask that. Something has already happened? You were too slow to get here. Where were you? It was important. Onfam's gone missing. He could be lost or hurt or worse. Yes, flesh bit, maybe. Life wind stolen, maybe. Him now, all of us soon enough. Zvezdana, you must not talk like that, says Mila sharply. Stop talking like he's already dead. Your nerves are already frayed, and Zvezdana isn't helping. We will find him. We will. Have you seen him? He's gone missing. We're worried. Fox paws and birch bark. No taste of that in this meadow. Can I do anything? She wipes a tear from her cheek. Rockfall falls all places except on the winter soot. I know, I've been useless so far. You can't stay here. The Volkolak is about. It isn't safe. She allows you to take hold of her arm and raise her to her feet, but her muscles are tense, her eyes fixed on the savaged sheep. Woolfolk, no mouth iron to them, no taste of sharpness to their minds. Just a swirling cloud against the knifefall. The sheep don't bite back, and they aren't smart. They fear getting hurt. But if, I know you say, you're worried about your sheep, but if the Volkolak strikes you, there will be no one to protect them at all. She nods vaguely. I'll take her to the inn, says Mila. She'll be all right there. But will she, you want to ask, will any of us be safe? A wolf has no fingers to lift a catch, but a man does, and a Volkolak is both. Your mind brims with images of a silhouetted figure creeping through doorways and striking sleeping figures in their beds. As if she can read your thoughts, she says, it's as safe a place as you could choose right now. I can smell the clouds torn by the wind, blown by the rain, Zvezdana says to no one in particular, as Mila leads her away, leaving you alone with the sheep. A few minutes later she returns. I can't do much to calm her, but I think she'll stay put. We'd better get a move on. The meadow is ruffled by uneasy gusts of wind. Zvezdana is still sitting by the dead ewe, refusing to acknowledge your presence. I thought she took her to the inn. Wolf prints run through here, but not on Fems. Where do you think we should go next, lady? She's obsessed with the creek. I thought we did everything there was to do at the creek. See, there's nothing here. We can go to the manor. You spot nothing but a couple of deer at the bottom of the hillside, nothing that could be the movement of a small boy. The ground is so churned up by people and horses that there is no hope of spotting footprints here. The boy has been in the stable before. Onfam loves horses. It's a natural place for him to seek shelter. You duck your head to enter the lean-to's shelter, fragrant with hay and manure. The cart ponies pay you no heed. There, in the corner where you can't see it without going all the way in, a pile of straw heaped up into a mound, and in the center of it, a depression just big enough to hold a small person. A surge of hope rushes through you. He was here! Look! Here's a footprint where he got up. He survived the night. Mila's face brightens, but she says, he is still in danger, though. Where could he have gone from here? You search the hillside behind the manor. There's a sudden movement from behind some juniper bushes, and a small towhead figure goes dashing down the hill towards the pond. That's him! Onfam, where are you going? The truth settles leadenly upon you. He's afraid of me. He believes I'm the Volkolak. We'll explain, we'll make him see sense. But I'm driving him away. If he flees from me, he could run straight into the jaws of the actual Volkolak. So do we follow him, potentially scaring him to run into the woods, or do we run away so that the boy comes back? We're going to be the adult that knows best and try and convince the boy. The pond's dark glass surface is ruffled by the wind into creases like a wrinkled shirt. Leaves rustle in the bushes. Onfim is creeping towards the camp. Okay. The tent flaps idly in the wind as though to show its indifference. You look around for Kitchabur and there is no sign of her. With a burst of motion, Onfim dashes towards the manor. Okay. Keep following him. You climb the hill to the manor at a run, a stitch throbbing in your side. You hear a twig snap. It must be Onfim. He's making for the pond. You lean against the wall of the manor to rest, your wound voicing a blazing reminder of its presence. When I catch that boy, Mila begins, an unaccustomed frustration surfacing in her tone. Before you can set out to follow him again, voices and trampling footsteps reach you. Lord Godemir comes riding up the hill, villagers in tow. Any sign of him? He was sleeping in the stable, but he's run off. Right there besides me the whole time, and I didn't think to look, says Lord Godemir, pounding a fist on his knee. He's been giving us the runaround. We think Dragomir might have given him a fright. He doesn't understand when it isn't a game. We'll have to head him off. Branislav's group is by the well. If Onfim heads into the village, he'll spot him. Where do you want us to go? He headed for the pond. He nods and waves to the group. This way. They trample down the hill towards the pond. I hope you have a plan. I'm beginning to. Then where should we go? We also head for the pond. The pond plashes, the turtles unconcerned by all the excitement. You catch a fleeting glimpse of blonde hair headed towards the camp. You join Lord Goda and his men. Any luck yet? You shake your head. Where do you want us to go next? Go to the manor. Then we head for the camp, and the boy heads for the manor. Kishbir's goats look up at you, as if questioning you for an explanation of this disturbance. Rapid footsteps, they're headed for the pond. Okay, I'll head for the pond. He always goes where we're not going. Bad enough when he was dodging one of us, but now he's dodging two people. Oh my god. Okay. I want you to go to the camp, and I will go to the pond. And he goes to the manor. What if we stay here? And we stay here? What if I tell you to head for the manor, and I head for the pond? So this is different. His men must have spotted him. What if I stay? Okay. Staying does nothing. I will head for the camp. I'm getting a bit sick of playing Ring Around the Rosie with this boy. What if we go to the village? Maybe we're meant to get another group of people to help us in our playing chasey. No, I didn't want to. So one thing I will say is they should probably make this click skippable. That was pond. How do I can't get back to the village. Yeah, I'm not being given any other option. No, none of the places I have been to has the option been to return to the village and collect more people. Yeah, I got no idea. You got any idea, chat? No matter where we go, there's 2 of us, and there's 3 locations. No matter where we go, Onfam just seems to go to the location that either us or the Lord's men aren't. And I feel like I've done every combination of have the Lord's men stay while I chase him, I stay while the Lord's men chase him, supposedly. And in each of the various locations for that. I have no other idea. There's nothing else to do at any of these? It's not like I can talk to different people at the... Like, I can't talk to Kitcheber at Kitcheber's camp. I can't talk to anyone else at the Lord's place. You feel like I waited once while the Lord's men chased him, perhaps without waiting? Okay, so currently, boy is at camp. I can send the Lord's men to the camp, and I can go to the pond. Then the boy goes to the one place that it isn't here. To the manor. Right, and if we head to the manor, then it says he's not here. Oh my god, we finally... Why? Why is this different? We've done that a dozen times. Maybe you just have to do it a set number of times? Oh. As you approach the manor, there is a flurry of motion. He comes barreling out of the trees, his head down, his hands clutched into fist. He plunges straight into your open arms before a startled look suddenly crosses his face and he zigzags off south towards the depths of the forest where the streams flow. Wait, you say, making a grab for him, but he is agile as an eel in the Volga. Don't go into the forest. The Volkalak is out there. You helplessly call after him as he disappears. You catch your breath and stare out at the trees, wondering if you've just sent a child into the jaws of the beast. Trampling footsteps, and Lord Godemir joins you at the crest of the hill. Damnation! He's so quick! As you look, says the guy on a literal horse. As you look down the hill after him, you remember the night before, when you fled from the crowd through these same woods, half delirious with fear. You remember fleeing south, how the foothills closed in around you until you were hemmed in on all sides. Where do you want us to go next? To the end of town? And we go to the stream? Hail, Goka. You reach the bank just half a breath ahead of Lord... So the guys didn't go where I said. There's a flash of bright blonde hair. Onfim is standing with one foot in the water, hesitating as he realizes it's too deep to wade. He turns at the sound of you, and for an instant you catch a glimpse of his startled face, blotchy and tear-streaked. And the knowledge claws your chest that this terror is your doing. It's me. He looks left and right, then dashes south towards the foothills. The Box Canyon. There's no way out, except back the way he came. Okay, we follow him. You make your way quietly down into the foothills, trying not to rustle branches or snap twigs, as though you're trying not to startle a deer. Mila comes with you, but when Lord Godemir makes a move to follow, you shake your head and gesture for him and the other villagers to stay back. He's a child, we can't come after him like we're hunters, and he's a fox. This is my doing, and I will bring him back. Around you, the stones grow into boulders and the hillside becomes cliffs. There's no sound of small bast shoes on dry leaves, no fleeting glimpse of a red caftan. The gorge narrows, the mountains rearing up grey-headed ahead of you. There, pressed up against the mountainside as if in desperate attempt to climb, grows one last gnarled oak tree. In its highest branches, Onfim is clinging. You approach the tree slowly. Don't come any closer, he screams. Stay away from me. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. This is a dead end, and you can't stay up there forever. I'd rather starve to death up here than come with you. Is there anything I can do to make you trust me? No, he shouts like a petulant toddler. I wouldn't hurt you. You have to understand. I don't believe you. He scrambles up onto a higher branch, the bough of which bows precariously beneath his weight. Please, Onfim, just... He covers his ears. No, stop talking. I don't want to talk to you. You take another step. I'm not going to take care. says Mila. Go away, leave me alone. His hands shaking as he clings to the creaking branch. You have to calm down. You know what happens when he's gonna have one of his epileptic episodes. His face turns pale, his arms and legs go slack, his eyes roll back into his head. Mila blanches. She rushes towards the tree, with you only a step behind her. With no more strength than a straw doll, Onfam topples from the tree. You lunge forward just in time to catch his tiny form. His body struggles in your arms, and for a moment you think he's trying to escape, but he's senseless. His arms and legs twitch and jerk unnaturally, as though controlled by an unseen puppeteer. The unclean force. What do I do? Get him to the inn, says Mila, reverting to pure practicality. Once the force takes hold, there's nothing we can do save wait for it to loosen its grip. The smurds part as you carry Onfam's shaking body through the village. Branislav blanches and grimaces. You carry the boy into the inn's welcoming firelight. Only then do you finally notice the cold biting at your ears and feet, the pain radiating from your injured leg. You'd forgotten them entirely in your fear for Onfam. Zezdana is still folded up in the corner. When she sees Onfam, she scowls, taste of broken teeth, froth of a rabid fox. Leave him alone, he's going through enough. The boy is thrashing in your grasp, a stray arm boxing you in the ear with surprising strength. You lay him carefully on a nest of blankets on the stove. But when you try to tuck him in, he kicks the blankets. Mila sits at the table nearby, watching his uncanny movements with sad familiarity. How long does it usually last? Half an hour. Afterwards he falls into deep sleep and we can't rouse him. When he awakens, he's quiet and hazy-minded for some time, and he remembers nothing of the fit. You find yourself thinking that there is at least one small mercy. 2-headed lambs die in the wild, whispers Zenzdana. Zenzdana, says Mila, more kindly than you would have. Now that Ofram's safe, let's go check on your sheep. I can taste their fear bite from here. Wolf folk aren't shaped to drift free. Oh no, not wolf. Wool folk aren't shaped to drift free. So she's worried that the sheep have done poorly in her absence. I'll be back soon, just keep an eye on him. She leaves the inn and you are alone with a jerking, shuddering boy. After a few minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour, the shuddering stops and he sinks into a deep, peaceful slumber. His chest rises and falls evenly. You finally pull a blanket over him. Despite Mila's assurances, she is not back soon. You pour yourself a cup of medovuka from her cask. You find yourself wondering why she's left you to spend time with Onfam alone on purpose. You're bone-tired after the day's running around, and you soon find your eyelids drooping. With Onfam occupying the stove, you sit on the floor with your back against the warm masonry and allow yourself to drowse. A few minutes or hours later, you find 2 large eyes peering at you from on top of the stove. Would you like me to tell you a story? I know Father Cyril promised you one, and you must be sad that you didn't get to hear it. He says nothing but gives you a very small nod. I can't pretend my tales will be half as good as the Bellini out of his books, but my stories are true, and there is virtue in this. You realize, though, that you've been on many adventures, you've never recounted any of them to anyone else. It was always Vitala who regaled people in taverns and gave florid accounts before the knyaz. You clear your throat and try to decide how to begin. From all of my adventures, what I remember the most is a lake of acid that boiled like a cauldron, a craggy mountain made of solid iron, a gloomy palace built entirely of black ice. Yeah, we'll go with the Black Ice Palace. Hail, Nemi. Onfam has crawled closer to the edge of the stove and raised himself to his elbows so that he can see you better. You raise your voice a little. It all comes back to you then, not just the sights, but the sounds, the smells, and even the taste of frost on the air. And the tense and roll of your great dun mare, Mushka's muscles, beneath you as she paws the earth, and there besides you, Vitalia, mounted on their mighty greyed stallion, who huffs and arches his neck. Why did it have to be a memory with Vitalia in it? And yet, what other stories are there? They are in all of them. The vibrant light in their grey eyes betraying the controlled calm on their face, their gestures as fluent and eloquent as a dance. You shift to find a more comfortable position against the stove's whitewashed bricks and continue your story. It was deep in the heart of winter, and a serf came to us, my first love, Vitalia and I, and he was half dead with hunger. He said his family feared to stay in their home, for his knyaz was a cruel man who had executed many of his serfs for the slightest of offences. Yet they feared even more to leave, for it was said that he owned the swiftest horses in all of the Rus, and in a bound and a half he would overtake anyone. And so he had gone to seek help from the Bogators. Tyrants must not be allowed to stand, said Vitalia. We will put him to the sword. But the serf said that any man or woman who faced him would fall, for by dark magic he had taken his death from his body and hidden it away, and unless it was found he could never die. He's made a Horcrux, a phylactery. Fall we may, but nevertheless we will face him. For, if we do not aid the needy, we are not Bogators. If we ignore distant ills, then they become ills at home. If we do this deed, we will become famous. No. If we do not do this, we are not proper knights. A Bogator is not merely one who wields a sword with great strength or fires a bow with great accuracy, but one who serves the poor, uplifts the lowly, and acts as Christ in all things. Onfum sits cross-legged. The colour is coming back to his face. And so you go on. And so the two of us set off to face this distant knyaz, and yet we did not bring our company of warriors with us. We did not know the full truth of what we faced, and we believed that this knyaz might yet be reasoned with and defeated by words and not arms. We rode for 7 days and 7 nights, and with each day the air became colder, the skies greyer, and the grounds frozen harder with frost, until the land itself gave way to ice. The trees were made out of spiky shards of ice, the rivers were frozen into waves and cascades of ice, or the rocks were made of ice, dark and smooth. Yeah, I'll go with the rocks. And then we came upon a palace of black ice. It rose before us, gleaming in the cold winter sun, ice turrets and ice domes, ice spires and windows glazed with ice, all as dark as limpid as wine. Onfum scoots so that his bare feet can swing free over the edge of the stove, enjoying its heat. You gesture animatedly for his benefit. At the sight of it, my spirit quailed within me. But Vitalia exhorted me, and their words raised my spirits. We entered the palace, and it was so cold within that the breath froze on our lips. And there sat on a throne of ice the deathless knyaz. He was colourless. His hair and bird were a dirty white, his eyes as grey as stones, and his skin wan and pale. He seemed to draw the very colours out of the world around him. Release your serfs from your service at once, said Vitalia, for the Pravda Rushishkaya says that they have the right to roam, and to leave the service of any knyaz who treats them with cruelty. But the deathless knyaz only laughed, and his laugh was like the cracking of sheets of ice breaking free from a glacier. I shall do with my serfs as I wish, unless you care to stop me. Onfum climbs down from the stove and sits beside you. You give him a smile. You lean forward and raise your eyebrows as to pantomime swinging a sword. So the two of us drew our swords and fell upon him. I struck him a great blow on his shoulder, and Vitalia struck him a great blow on his head. Yet he did not fall, only laughed again and said, Your blows cannot harm me. My death is safely hidden where none can find it. Your voice falters as you remember this part of the story. You hadn't thought this far ahead, but you have to end it somehow. But Vitalia was wise and cunning, so while I fought, they crept away and explored the palace, searching every icy room, exploring every icy chest and drawer. The deathless Knyaz and I fought on, and I tried to strike him a great blow, and he would parry it, and he would try to strike me a great blow, and I would parry it, for our strength was equal. Yet, as the hours wore on, he gained the upper hand, for I tired as mortals do, while he did not. Onfam leads forward, his face rapt. And then what happened? At last, behind the palace, Vitalia came upon one thing that was not made of ice, a stump. When they approached it, a rabbit ran out. She quickly drew her bow and hit the rabbit with an arrow. And when she slit it open, inside she found an egg. She crushed the egg. Then the deathless Knyaz staggered as he felt the strength go out of him. I struck him one last blow and cleaved his head from his shoulders. We returned to Novgorod as great heroes, and the Knyaz threw a banquet in our honor. The end. That's it? That's the end? How would you have the story end? I don't know, it just wasn't right. It wasn't like the Bellini. It didn't even end with a wedding. No, it didn't, you admit. It's supposed to end with a wedding. You're supposed to say, I was at the wedding too. I drank beer and mead. They flowed down my beard, but didn't go in my mouth. I can only tell you what happened. That's the thing about true stories. Then I don't want to hear your stories. You've had a very long day and we're both tired. A scream cuts you off. It's close, just outside the inn. And fear that had finally begun to abate floods back into you once more. A tumult of voices and running footfalls. A crowd is gathered outside. Even as you rise to your feet as quickly as you can, the possibilities flick through your mind. It's not Onfam at least, then who? Zvezdana? Mila? Stay here, you say, reaching habitually for your sword before remembering, with a fallen heart, that Lord Godemir has it. When you step out of the inn, you are instantly surrounded by a crowd. So close are they pressed to the inn's door, and the body draped over the side of the well, what's left of it. A Volkolak took its time with this one, dismantling him as though it were a craftsman, taking apart a piece of old furniture for scrap wood. His jaw has been divided from his face, one arm from his shoulder, one foot from its leg. It takes you a moment before you can even identify who it is. Branislav, you are filled with relief. Thank the Mother Mary it is not Mila. When you heard the screams, you were startled by how her face pushed its way past all the others in your mind. Let the Volkolak strike down who he wishes, but Holy Virgin, spare her. Lord Godemir steps through the crowd and grimly surveys the body. If we had any doubt that this creature had malice in its mind, have doubt no more. The sky fires still in the heavens, and the knife falls here in the ring of the skinfolk. So this happened even during the day and in the middle of the city, says Zvezdana. Mila has an arm around her protectively. She's shaking, clutching at Mila's shirt as though she's trying to climb it. The murmur of frightened voices redoubled. No, now everyone don't panic. By the way his voice raises raggedly at the end of the sentence, he's well aware how tentative his control of the crowd is. Because two things are now undeniable. The Volkolak can strike during the day, and it does not fear to enter the village. Investigator. Finish chapter 4. Okay. With that, I need a bit of a break, so we'll be back in just a bit. Right, getting back to it. The villagers knot together closer around Lord Godemir, pressing you against the wall of the inn, seeming to multiply until you would have sworn there were more people in that writhing clump in the square than there were actually people in the village of Derevnya. Onfam, despite your instructions, has wormed his way out of the inn and into the mob. Confusion reigns. Though Lord Godemir tries to hold them back, one villager after another worms their way to the well where the dismembered body lies and gasps or cries at the grotesque sight. There are shouts of, "The Bogator, it's him!" Someone shoves you, and you crack your head against the inn's hanging lantern. But others call back, "No, he was in the inn." And still others are confused and asked what's going on, until the whole atmosphere dissolves into an undifferentiated mass of sound. Oh god, that sounds terrible. I hate multiple simultaneous voices. I'm really bad at when there are like 5 or 6 conversations happening at the same time. I'm terrible at differentiating them. Okay. Zvezdana, motivated by what you don't know, draws the bucket from the well and shrieks. "The earth waters become life water," she says, dropping the bucket. The water is tainted pink with Branislav's blood. That is the tinder point that sets the crowd off. Amid cries of "God have mercy" and "Theotokos save us," they surge towards the church as a single mass, with no more sense than a stampede of horses. Lord Godemir climbs onto the rim of the well so that he can be seen over the crowd. "Everyone, stay calm!" But he's lost them and he knows it. Zvezdana chirp to yourself. It's us with our life heat spilling. No, we will look for the boy. You despair of catching sight of Onfim's short figure amid the crowd, and for a long moment you fear that you pursued him through the woods and brought the unclean force upon him only for him to be trampled by human feet. Then you catch a flash of bright blonde hair. You shove between 2 smurds and grab hold of the back of his shirt. "What did I tell you about not running away again?" But the bare terror all over his snot-stained face drains the anger from you. He throws his arms around you, his small hands clinging to your kaftan as if he's drowning. No, I don't have that sort of hearing damage, Goka. It's more a processing thing. It's on me being bad at processing it rather than having that kind of hearing damage. Carry him to the church. Pass him off to Lord Godemir, or send him to the church on his own. I don't want to take him to the church. I'd rather give him to the Lord. Onfim's still clutching at you. You make your way to Lord Godemir, where he stands on the rim of the well. You grew up with too much loud music and power tools. Definitely I have a fair bit of power tool exposure. There's a lot of angle grinding and drilling and stuff to maintain the barns and the horse yards and stuff. Hammering. But not like... not to a hearing damage level. And I am not one for loud music. Anyway, Onfim still clutching at you. You make your way to Lord Godemir, where he stands on the rim of the well. Get him somewhere safe. The crowd could crush him. He'll be alright in the church since... oh god. I was trying to not send him to the church. He'll be alright in the church since that's where everyone else is holding up. I'd better go and see if I can calm them down. He enters the church, leading Onfim by the hand. His stride is strong and purposeful, but there is a slump of defeat to his shoulders. One sec. Cough, 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 cough. Follow the crowd, stay where you are. Nope, look for Mila. She melted into the crowd through the rush and press of kaftans and sarafans around you. You search for Mila's golden brown braid, for the strong yet soft curve of her chin. "Mila!" you call, fighting to be heard over the tumult. "Where are you?" You think you glimpse her once, then twice, only for her form to vanish again like a spirit. Your throat tightens with anxiety. No, I'm not going to the church. The crowd rushes past with the force of the Volga breaking free in the spring thaw. At the church door, it backs up like a river hitting a log jam in an angry eddy before flowing through. In their panic, several people trod accidentally on Branislav's dismembered body, dragging his arm and a few feet away and grinding it into the dust. Only you and Lord Godemir remained by the well. He shakes his head gravely. At times like this I fear them. They reach a point where there is no voice that they heed. They are in a blind panic. No one can guide them. He nods, and I fear that more than any unclean force. You look towards the church. A broad swath of churned up earth leads to the doors. Gathering in the church is a good idea. I need my sword back. He gives you a long, hard look. If you were the Volker Lack, that is precisely what you'd be asking me. I was in the inn when this man died. And who is your witness? Onfirm? I'm sorry, but I cannot risk it. Bugger! I wanted my sword back. You don't consciously move so much as you are carried along with the crowd like an ocean current. As the villagers press onto the crowd into the church's doorway, women as well as men shoving and tripping over each other in their panic, a few arms try to block you. Wait and let them past. Like stampeding horses, you remind yourself. There is no thought behind their actions. The Volkolak isn't biting at your heels in this very instant, so you hang back. Within a few minutes, the chaos dies down and you enter the church. As you cross the church's threshold, a knot of fear in your chest unwinds a little. The church is somehow colder inside than out, as though the rough log walls were fending off what little warmth the autumn sun provides. A vivid flush of panic has faded from the villagers, somewhat. They're standing around in clusters or finding places to settle on the benches or the floor. Svendana made it in safely, and so did Onfirm. You don't see Mila anywhere. And remember, she was my first guess at who the monster is. Lord Godemir looks around the nave. We should bar the doors. Is everyone in? What about Kitcheber? What about her? He repeats, though it's clear he didn't expect an answer. She's not one of us, and I have no duty to protect her. Not when my own people are at risk. That moment, Mila, the bright angel, comes jogging across the square with a bundle of rugs and blankets under one arm and spare candles in the other. Where were you, you demand? We nearly locked you out. If we're going to pass the night in here, a little light and warmth will be helpful, don't you think? And that's consistent with her character, because she's always extremely practical. Lord Godemir slams the church door and bars them with a candlestick. What? You can't bar doors with a whatever. Heavy oak muffles the sound of evening falling on the village. He says we are safe. We can stay here until dawn. Branislav was snapped like a twig before the fire soot. Its feet would not even taste the tree's flesh. It shivered. I don't understand, crazy girl, I'm sorry. This is consecrated ground. An unclean force cannot pass this threshold. Isn't that so? I don't know. You think of the deathless Knyaz with his grip as cold as the permafrost. You have little faith in a blessing's power to block such things. If it does come inside, Dragomir will kill it like it was the deathless Knyaz, says Onfirm. The church is dim, and wavering shadows cling to the corners like great black cobwebs. The scent of incense has mostly dissipated. The faintest undertone of rot is pushing its way through. Onfirm is drawing aimlessly on the floor with a twig. Not letters or figures, just meaningless shapes. He looks bored. Zvezdana mutters to herself and nervously touches the walls as though she's counting the logs. Though there's scarcely breathing room with this many people inside, the villagers have nearly all settled on one side of the church. It takes you a moment to realize why. Father Cyril's cell. The door is ajar, and he's still laid out there. Let's deal with the body. You peer through the cracked door into the small bare chamber beyond. Father Cyril lies on the rough wooden table, his head beneath the icon of the mother and child on the wall. His eyes are glassy. Reddish-brown stains have soaked through his linen death shift. Cover him and close the door. Lay him to rest behind the church. Mila, would you give me a hand? You throw a glance in the direction of the cell. She understands immediately. You enter the cell and wrap a linen sheet around his body. Rigor has left it. You try to ignore the hint of putrefaction. You take hold of his arms. She takes his feet. You lift him. Your eye lands on a candle holder. It's getting late. Sure, we'll take a candle. You shift him so you have a free hand. It slightly reveals the body. You light the candle as you leave. Some villagers follow us. Outside, the wind is picking up. It tugs at Mila's braid. You have to cup your hand around your candle to keep it from blowing out. Uneasily, you wonder what might be approaching, footfalls concealed by the wind. As you're rounding the corner of the church, keeping a sharp eye out for anything unnatural in the wavering candlelight, you lose your grip, and Father Cyril's body begins to slip. We can pick the body up again. Do not lose the candle. Do not invite the monster into the darkness. We must keep the grooves away. You cannot suppress a curse as Father Cyril's swathed head lands on the dirty ground, and then you cringe, half because of the noise and half because you just took the Lord's name in vain whilst burying a priest. Your light, at least, has managed to be saved. You kneel awkwardly to lift the body back onto your shoulder. The pair of open graves yawn in the earth. It's nearly dusk, and the shadows cast by the trees plunge the whole clearing into shadow. You lower Father Cyril's linen-swathed body into one of the holes, keeping an eye on the murky dark beyond the trees. It looks so small. There's no one to say the rites for him, Mira says, her voice betraying no emotion. It may be spring before we can send for a new priest. Say the rites yourself. I'm not a priest, and I suppose I have no right to say these words, but Father Cyril was a good man, and I don't want to lay him to rest without some kind of service. I will hope God understands that I don't mean this as a sacrilege. There, by the graveside, you say the words of the service as best you could remember them. Holy God, holy mighty, holy immortal, have mercy on us. How deeply you need it. You pick up the shovel that is leaning unattended against the back of the church and begin to fill in the grave. One clod of earth after another lands on the body. The wind surges, and your candle gutters. After we put so much effort into conserving the candle... No! Candle not allowed. Mila takes the candle and cups it close to her chest. Her fingers a glowing cage. Their shadows pour over the glade in wavering black stripes. In one of the candle-lit gaps, you see something pale dart from one tree to another. It startles you so badly that you investigate the monster? No. You decide not to say anything. Swallowing hard, you shovel faster. With every shovelful of earth, the finality weighs more heavily upon you. 3 men are dead, and you couldn't save even one of them. At last, the white linen is covered. Let us get back to the church. You leave it unsaid how your fear builds with every minute out here in the dusk. It is a relief to be back indoors. Outside, the wind is picking up. You hear the whispering branches, the crunch of leaves, swirling in the village square. Let's tell Onfam another tale. Onfam has lost interest in his doodle and begins shadow fencing. the wavering candlelight making his stick's shadow seem to pierce the figures on the iconostasis. Havast! Lacking your sword, you hold out your finger and mock fight Onfim, but he loses interest within a few seconds and sticks out his tongue. I'm bored. If you're bored, at least you're safe. No, would you like me to tell you another story? I could fetch a book from Father Cyril's cell, and you can tell me what it says. If you pick one of the books Father Cyril had... No, sorry. Orim says, yes, if you pick one of the books Father Cyril won't let me read. You slip through the side door into Father Cyril's cell. You're grateful that at least his body isn't here anymore. With Father Cyril at rest, you finally feel that you can take a look around the cell. It is almost bare, save for a small stove and an icon on the wall. It is meticulously neat, as though he'd put things in order knowing he would not return. 3 leather-bound books are stacked on top of a chest at the foot of the bed. You can pick up a few familiar letters from the gilt titles, but not enough to spell out the titles. The thin book with the black cover, the medium book with the green cover, or the big brown book. How can we not take the priest's little black book? Grabbing the top one seems easiest. Onfim's curiosity is piqued when he sees your choice. Father Cyril never let me read this one. He says it's too violent. You now remember where you've seen it before. It's the one that Father Cyril was reading when you met him. You are wondering whether you should regret your choice, but Onfim seems keen on it at least. He sounds out the words, surprising you with his fluency when he's really interested in what he's reading. It's a tale of a prince of Rus who's led an army to war against the Polovtsky, but his doom is foretold. In the oak groves, birds foretell his misfortunes, and in the ravines, wolves stir up a storm. Eagles call beast to the bones. Foxes bark at scarlet shields. 1 sec, sorry. Outside, a gust of wind whips up into a shriek, and Onfim stares at you. He, like you, is thinking of wolves stirring up a storm. It's alright, you tell him. There's nothing out there. But, maybe that's enough reading for one night. He nods quickly and you put the book away. Night has cloaked the village. The cracks in the shutters show nothing but tarry black. The air of the church has grown stuffy with the smell of bodies and dozens of people breathing at once, though somehow it's not any warmer. The wind picks up outside, whipped into a proper gale. Boop. Its howl rises and falls into a... Whoa, no. Please and thank you. Stay muted. Into a great, mournful keening. Shall we all try to get some sleep? Says Lord Godemir. But Zezvadada abruptly interrupts him. Shh! Raising a hand and staring at a spot in the wall that looks like all the other spots in the walls. Bark touches rock. Smell of a heart pumping hot blood. Everyone falls silent. There is the slap of footsteps growing louder. Something is approaching at a run. Everyone is in here already. Who could it be? Silence falls as the same answer falls. The unclean force. That's impossible. Onfim, don't put that in everyone's head. Good, that means it's not here with us. No. Don't put that idea into everyone's head. It's only what we were all thinking, he protests. Something slams against the church doors, rattling the timbers. Everyone flinches. For one mad moment, you imagine that Father Cyril has arisen and is pounding on the door, demanding payback for his improper burial. Zvezdana continues touching the walls. Motion for everyone to be silent. You look the villagers in the eye and hold up a finger to your lips, hoping that you look more authoritative than you feel. It's a pointless gesture. Whatever man or beast is out there could see the wan flicker of candlelight through the cracks in the shutters, even if it had somehow missed the tumult when everyone pressed in. The church is silent. Somehow the 24 people inside seem not to be breathing. Fists pound on the door and there's a voice, a human voice, a woman's voice, thick with a Polovsk accent. Kitcheber, the more you gasp with relief. Let me in! No, shouts Onfim. Lord Godemir, standing by the door, looks torn. It's fine, it's only Kitcheber. You're a stranger here. You know nothing of our past. She took up arms against us. That was years ago. All I hear out there is a frightened woman alone in the dark. There is more to it than that. He opens his mouth as though he's about to say something. With a sinking feeling, you realize he's completely unmoored. If anyone is going to take charge here, it will have to be you. Kitcheber rattles the door so hard you irrationally fear she'll break them. There's something out there, I saw it. Same taste of blood in all skin folk, says Zvezdana. To the fire soot, she's a blade of grass like us. All people are the same. To the darkness, she's just as good food. Her eyes still fixed on that meaningless spot on the wall, she moves towards the door as if sleepwalking. Open the door myself. 3 people have died on my watch. I won't stand by while that thing kills Kitcheber. Lord Goda shakes his head and steps onto your path. You aren't opening the door. We will try words first. Listen to her. Is that the voice of a beast? It's the voice of a frightened girl. Let her in. Dragomir's a great Vogator, he says. If he says she's not the Volkolak, then she's not. Just this morning he fled from you in horror, and now he's willing to defend you. Such is the curious logic of children. I agree with Onfim. We can trust Dragomir. Lord Godemir sighs. I doubt the wisdom of this, but if it's what everyone wants, I will allow it. He steps aside. A wave of nervous murmurs run through the room. Onfim runs up and grabs your sleeve. Please, don't open the door. Remember the story I told you? I defeated the deathless Knyaz. God may not protect us, Onfim, but I will. He looks up at you, the memory of your story dancing in his wide eyes. You're glad you didn't tell him what really happened in the Palace of Ice. You don't want to watch Onfim lose his faith in you. Ah, so presumably that's where we lost the love of our life. I am letting her in, you announce. Don't defy me, Dragomir. This is not your village. Your village, you say, too keyed up to worry about the consequences. Let's see how you've done so far. You couldn't protect Brodar, or Branislav, or Father Cyril. I'm not letting an innocent woman die in front of me. You step up to the doors, daring Lord Godemir to stop you. You slide the candlestick slowly out of the door's handles, ashamed of how badly your hands are shaking. As you grab the handles, a great reluctance falls over you. Your blood seems to thicken in your veins. You push through and open the doors. With a painful slowness, the heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing the sight of sooty night. Zvezdana unexpectedly laughs a spastic laugh. Kitcheber stumbles in so fast she nearly tumbles into your arms. She's muddy, her hair is disheveled. There's a scratch across her cheek. She collapses onto her knees, breathing hard, ragged breaths, interrupted by chokes of crying. She doesn't have her bow. She looks smaller, diminished without it. You slam the doors shut as quickly as you can behind her. It's out there, she says when she's able to force it out. The wolf, I saw it. It knocked me down and I felt its breath on my face. Impossible. It would have killed you. And yet, I believe her. You raise her to your feet. Look at her. She's not lying. Give her a moment, says Mila. She's shaken. She doesn't know what happened. I know what I saw. I felt its fur, I smelt its breath like rotten meat. When was this? I don't know. I was outside the door waiting to be left in. For so long it felt like hours. It was no more than 10 minutes, says Lord Godemir. The villagers are looking at Kitcheber, murmuring and shifting to move away from her. She huddles on the floor in the middle of the church. Her eyes meet Mila's and she fixes her with a long, silent look of pure venom. Then she turns and shoots glares at Lord Godemir and the rest of the villagers. You and your walls. You would have let me die out there without a second thought. You filthy pagan daughter of a whore, roars Lord Godemir. No beating up the poor girl. His boot connects with her side once, twice, then he turns to you, shoulders heaving, but still furious. But the furious light still has not burned out of his eyes. And you drag yourself in, stinking, bleeding, and now you set yourself up as the new Boyar? Is that what you want, to replace me? Of course not. All I've done is help. Some help, says Lord Godemir. 3 men are dead, an unclean force stalks our woods, and this pagan girl comes to spit in the face of God himself. If you want to know why everything is going to pieces, you should look in the mirror. He doesn't reply. He shakes his head as though he's trying to get water out of his ears. His anger melts into weariness. Kitcheber raises herself to her feet. What, she demands? She stalks around the church. What are you looking at? Don't like that I am here? Are you going to get rid of me? Are you going to kill me like you killed your brother? Keep inspirational leader. Keep order in the church as long as possible. Achievement unlocked. The murmuring of the villagers grows, echoing the roar of wind in the trees. Everyone settle down, you say. Kitcheber just wants protection like the rest of us. I'll make sure that... But even as you speak, you realize with spiraling panic that you've lost them. They're leaping to their feet, running this way and that. Someone knocks over a candle and licks at the rugs on the floor. While you stamp it out, Zvezdana throws the church doors open. Some of the villagers, whipped into a blind panic, dash out. Others try to grab them and drag them back. Zvezdana has returned to the church wall and begins climbing it like an overgrown spider, before wriggling through the window. Mila you've lost sight of entirely. Lord Godemir is standing in the middle of the chaos, trying to shout over the crowd. You reach his side. We've got to get them back under control, you say. He shakes his head. It is too late. They'll be anywhere from here to Kiev by now. I most care about Mila. Before you can move, Kitcheber grabs your arm. That girl, the shepherdess. Zvezdana, you say? Yes, her. I saw her run off towards the woods. Unless she's got some really strange plan, she's running into danger. You're running towards the woods before she can even finish her sentence. You rush over to the glen with the graves. The first hint of dawn is lighting the sky to an ashen hue. There in the shadows of the oak trees, you fall to one knee, strength going out of you. There lies Zvezdana, wounds blooming on her face and arms like flowers. Leader, finish Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Teeth and Iron. She's warm, so warm. When you touch her chest, you think you feel a hint of a flutter, but laying your ear against her, there is only a hollow emptiness. Whether you feel the final drops of life draining from her body, or whether it was wishful thinking, you don't know. You hold a hand in front of her, half open. No hint of breath. There's something uncannily lifelike about the body. The untidy tossle her braids have fallen into, the way her mouth hangs open in a half smile as though she'd just recalled something that amused her. You kneel there in the dirt beside her body, running your hands unconsciously through her blonde hair, a storm of regrets swirling through your mind like leaves caught in the wind. You feel bandied about by the fates, unsure whether it's your own failure or their whim that had once again crushed a vibrant young life you were trying to protect. Mila finds you there, minutes or hours later, beneath the first wan greyish rays of pre-dawn light. You look up at her, bleary-eyed. You did all you could, she says. I know, but it wasn't enough. You meet her eyes, lost in the depths of her own sorrow. Is that just how my time on this earth is fated to be, forming a few tenuous strands of connection, only for them to be torn away? This isn't your fault. I know you won't listen to me, but it is the truth. What's happening in Derevnya was set in motion long before you ever arrived, and would have happened just as surely had you never come. But I should be able... Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean you know what's going on? I'm not a simpleton, Mila. I know the villagers have been keeping something from me, even you. Something happened here that you don't want me to know about. For a long moment she is silent, so long that you're almost certain she won't say anything. It's Kitcheber, isn't it? No, not her, her brother. She said that you killed him, the people of Derevnya. His name was Ulubur. Kitcheber was terribly hurt after the battle. She was insensible for a long time. When the rest of the Polovsky left, he stayed behind to nurse her. He gave up his whole life to care for her. And the villagers killed him for it, you surmise? Mila nods, her lips pressed together. At first things were peaceful, but as time wore on, as Kitcheber recovered, everyone began to realize that they intended to stay for good. And that was too much. I don't remember what set them off, some dispute about land or livestock, something meaningless. But they snapped, as you've seen them do, and they were no longer people but a mob. From there on, there was nothing I or Lord Godemir could do to hold them back. You remember the deranged hatred on their faces as they closed in on you, stones in hand, and you are a Russian. The absolute loathing they must have turned on that young foreigner. You picture the mind-melting terror that must have flooded through him in his last moments, how he must have cowered and cringed, and Kitcheber, somewhere at the back of the crowd, begging them to stop. That was cruel, but they still don't deserve this. Zvezdana was such a gentle soul. She must have been only a child at the time. And the way that that thing tore into her... Deserve? What does anyone deserve? Who's on God's green earth has ever received what they deserve? Did you? Did Vitalia? The crunch of boots dirt. You look up to find Lord Godemir standing over you, frowning grimly. So she didn't make it. I knew there was little chance, and yet I still clung to that small hope. I'm sorry. I tried. His face hardens into a look of resolve. He turns on his heels and strides purposefully towards the manor. Yeah, I'll follow him. We're probably going to go back to the inn after this anyway, so it feels like missing content if I don't. You walk up to the hill and up to the manor as quickly as you can, forgetting to use your staff. Your leg doesn't hurt anymore. In the back of your mind, you half wonder whether it's healed or whether sheer stress has made you forget. Dawn has cracked in two, spilling its feeble light over the manor like yolk from a crushed egg. The door to the manor is ajar, and light within flickers over this wall and that. You peer hesitantly through the doorway. No one is in the parlour. You step through and cross the room to Lord Godemir's bedroom, the source of the wavering light. He looks every inch a warrior despite his age. The scar over his eyes stands out stark and white in the early morning light. He's taking a suit of roughly forged iron armor and a sword down from the wall. His face stony. He dons it one piece at a time, strapping on the breastplate and greaves, setting the pointed iron cap on his head. I should have dealt with this myself the instant Broder died. It ends now. The wolf dies today. He straps his sword belt around his waist. Your sword is still mounted on the wall. I'll go with you. He gives you a nod. I think, Bogata, that we've both made a mess of this. We had no trust in each other and let the monster pick us off one by one. It's time for that to change, and I would be grateful for your assistance. So, side by side, you and Lord Godemir enter the woods. Though the sky is tinged greyish-pink, the long shadow of the mountains plunges this part of forest into darkness. The trees are no more than greyish stripes against the murk. Distances deceive you, close and far collapsing into a uniform flatness. Night animals are still creeping around, rustling the branches and crawling through the underbrush. A few early morning birds call weakly to each other, then fall silent, as though they have sensed something nearby that they fear. Lord Godemir gestures that he's heading north, and you nod silently. You step as lightly as you can on the needle-strewn earth, circling warily with your backs to each other. We have no hope of sneaking up on it. The senses of a wolf and the wits of a man, it will smell us and flee long before we can catch up to it. Who says that it wants to flee? It's stalking us as much as we stalk it. It won't be so foolish as to take us both at once, but me on my own, it will relish the chance. He nods slowly. It is a risk, but we cannot afford to be timid. We'll have to split up. I'll remain here, and you head east, deeper into the forest. Stay within earshot. You nod and look around. It should be nearly broad daylight, yet the woods seem to grow darker rather than lighter by the minute. The manor must not be far off, but the trees seem to stretch endlessly. In your haste, you realize you've lost track of direction. Which way is east? He points right. Okay, I will agree. I don't think he's misleading us. The woods grow hilly and rocky here. The trees are scraggy. With a snarl and a snap of its teeth, the wolf retreats. Movement in the bushes to your left. Then go left. Shaggy branches press in on you, raking across your face. Two black eyes gleam at you from behind a tree. The wolf darts off before you can make a move. A twig snaps to your left. Your path twists and turns as you make your way around boulders and underhanging branches. The trees all look the same. Oh, we would... do we go back to our helpful friend? Or do we wander off? I think going back. The way back may not always be the same as the way we came. Oh my. The thick, interwoven canopy plunges the undergrowth around you into perpetual murk. There is no fleeting dark shadow of a wolf. You can't make out any trace of the rustle of a predator. The remains of the elk are barely distinguishable. Little more than a dark, slimy residue of nerve and sinew clinging to its bone. To your back, the path meanders back down to the village. Ranislav's sprung trap lies sprung and rusting in a pile of leaves. You can't hear or see any fleeting dark shadow of a wolf. There, a familiar lightning-struck tree. You reorientate yourself around its scars. East is to your right. Trees hem you in on all sides, their shadows swallowing the forest floor. The woods, your home these many years, are betraying you, hiding the paths you once spotted with ease. So now we just feel lost. Ooh, you think you hear a soft panting to your right. Nope, it takes us back to the elk. The headwaters of the stream splash by here as they empty out of the pond to you forwards. There is no rustle of a predator creeping through the undergrowth. In the distance, something rustles in the brushes to your front. The wolf or some other creature. A furtive rustle to your front. Something is slipping through the brushes, quieter than mist. You crash through the brushes, knife in hand, and fall upon the creeping figure. A sword bites through the air, narrowly missing, clipping your ear. Volker slack, you fall now, cries a voice. A Polovsky voice. Slaughter the Russ if you must, but you won't have me. Kitcheber, you say in surprise, the confusion clearing from your mind. So you're the Volkolak, you both say at the same time, then glare at each other. Resentful of the duplication, you circle each other warily. I'm not the Volkolak, you say. I came to the woods to hunt it. So did I. The Volkolak could easily claim as such, you point out. What proof do you have that I should not strike you down? What, with your bare hands? I don't have to prove anything. Let's think that she is it. You take a moment to decide whether you're truly sure. Are we going to strike down this poor, very potentially innocent girl? Like, on the one hand, something has definitely been killing people. So there is something. I don't trust you, but if I strike down the wrong soul, then the true Volkolak will escape unscathed. I can't let that happen. You're free to go now, but I'll be watching you. I'm so glad to hear that I've passed the court of Dragomir. I was with Lord Godemir. Where is he? Dead. I found his body while I was searching. I'll tell you, whoever it is, the depth of their hatred. You sink back against the tree, crushed by sorrow and fatigue. But he was a warrior. He had armor and a sword. So did Ulabur. He was your brother? She nods. The beast is not striking at random. I faced it and it let me go. Why would it do that? The way I see it, there are three possibilities. Because it has no quarrel with you, would be the first. Second, because it has reason to want you alive. Or third, you don't say it aloud. You don't need to. You're both thinking the same thing. The third reason is because she is the Volkolak after all. And she has just as much reason to think the same of you. That you must have somehow passed her test because she finally sheathes her sword. As she does, you spot something on her sleeve. A firebird embroidered in orange thread. What is that, you ask, touching her sleeve? This? It's nothing. She pulls her sleeve away and folds her arms, giving you an acid look. That was a firebird. What if it was? Firebirds aren't a Polovsky creature. Mira embroidered that on your sleeve. You knew her. You were friends once. Why would I be friends with her? Because of Ulabur, he said slowly. Your brother. These are his clothes I'm wearing, aren't they? She's silent, but you see in your eyes that you've struck the mark. I knew she'd lost someone. She didn't want to tell me any more than that. I told him not to befriend the villagers. I told him he was too trusting, that they'd never accept him, but I was sick and I couldn't protect him. While I was recovering, he and Mila were growing closer and closer. When he told me he wanted to marry her, I told him it was a mad idea. Take her as a lover if you must, but if you marry her, you'll bring the sky crashing down on us, and I was right. But what consolation is that? It's none. It's fucking none. She bites her lip and looks away. A shaft of sun pours into the canopy and over the two of you. You shield your face. It's finally day. You realize how long you've gone without rest or food, and as if not thinking about it was the only thing holding it back, the tide of exhaustion comes crushing down upon you all at once. You should get back to the inn. Mila will know what to do. Chapter 6, Hunter. The Knife Falls. Chapter 7. A small shape is resting against the door to the inn. A stick, forgotten in one hand, a few pebbles scattered around his feet in some abandoned game. It takes you a moment to recognize Onfem, sitting completely still. You went to fight the Volkolak without me. You should have let me come. I had to keep you safe. You're not a great warrior yet. Did you find it? He asks, a glimmer of his old brightness flickering in his eyes. No. He sticks out his tongue and throws a pebble at your foot. Where's Lord Goldemir? He died. Looking in Onfem's eyes, you can see the time for white lies is past. The Volkolak struck him down. He goes quiet. He says, but he fought? Yes. His sword was broken. He died like a hero in the Belenia? Yes. You wait for him to cry, but what he says is, who's going to take care of the horse now? I think you should. I think Lord Godemir would have liked that. He smiles a little. I'll get her right now. Uneasily you look up at the manor. From here you can see nearly the entire path from here to the stable. The Volkolak wouldn't strike again so soon now, would it? Of course we accompany him. Escort the child. The child deserves the deontological protection of being a child. You keep a wary eye on the woods as you walk him up the hill. As you approach the stable, you cut ahead of him, steeling yourself for the sight of the horse sprawled out and split open. But the Volkolak doesn't strike at random. You try to reassure yourself. It has no reason to kill the horse. Droby puts her head over the stable door and flares her nostrils as soon as she sees you coming. Onfem is in his element, slipping a halter onto the docile mare and finding a rope to lead her by. Droby follows him with implicit trust. You leave him in the village square where you can see him through the window before entering the inn. The lantern in front of the inn door is a welcome sight. The inn is cold as stone, nothing but ashes in the stove. You stumble in to find Mila washing her face in a basin. She's fetched your sword from the inn and leaned it against the edge of the table. Dragomir, she cries. I've been frantic with worry. What were you thinking, running off into the woods like that? Lord Godemir is dead, you say. Slowly, dawning dismay washes over Mila's face. She says, I've heard a howl. I fear what it meant. You drop onto the bench, feeling as though all the strength has been drained from you. Mila ladles some bowl of cabbage soup and pours 2 cups of medavuka, your sword slung through the sash of her sarafan, as though it belongs there. Your hollow stomach accepts food and drink like a ravenous beast. You feel your eyes sagging. The way Onfem looks at me, he's sure I'll know what to do. With Lord Godemir gone, who else would the villagers turn to? Don't be absurd. Anyone else would be more fit to lead than me. That doesn't matter. You're a Bogator. They'll look to you. Your grip tightens on the rough-hewn wooden cup, your long-buried regrets once again rearing up in your mind. You've got no option but to keep our secrets. In your mind, your shame makes war against your trust in Mila, and the shame wins out. You remain silent. You should get some sleep. You're about to fall asleep on your feet. On top of the top of the stove calls for you invitingly, but you think back over the damage that the Volkolak has wrought on its rampage over the past day, and you fear to imagine what will happen if you close your eyes. What about the boy? You can hear him prattling as he brushes the horsey. I'll take care of him. You have my word. I won't let him out of my sight. Sure. I'll need to be well rested if I'm to defeat the monster. You climb onto the stovetop and scarcely have time to pull the blankets over you before you are asleep. You awaken with a jolt, as though some ice-cold beast has its claws in your chest, and for a terrifying second you think you're being attacked. But as you sit and look up, you're alone. No Volkolak, no Mila. Trying to keep a harness on your increasing unease, you climb down from the stove so fast you hurt your ankle. Your first thought is for Mila. Why would she leave the inn? Why didn't she wake you? Sickening fear bubbles up in your throat as you think of how the beast lured Father Cyril into the woods. Molten colors are pouring across the evening sky as you run outside. Dobry contentedly crops the weeds sprouting from the dirt around the well. You break into a run, but you've barely taken 2 steps before sounds from behind the inn freezes you. It's a wet, sloppy sound, punctuated with cracks and crunches. As silently as you can be, with limbs heavy with mounting horror, you creep around the side. You spot Onfim's hand resting on the ground around the corner. Its small fingers half-curled, and for a moment of mad denial, you tell yourself he's only lying down, playing some sort of child's game. Then, with another step, the ragged stump of his arm comes into view, a trail of blood leading to a sight that brings up bile in your throat. He lies dead in the dust, what's left of him. His arms sprawled, his head flopped insensibly to the side, and crouching over him, its snout buried in his belly like a dog in its dish, the Volkolak. Its form is scarcely different from any other wolf, save for its great size, but there is a wrongness about it. Its white, speckled muzzle slightly too blunt, its legs slightly too long. The way it moves, something about its gestures, is uncannily reminiscent of Onfim in the throes of his fit, as though the creature is not moving itself, but being manipulated by some unseen hand. It raises its head and spots you. Its lips peel back into something horrifically reminiscent of a grin. Attack! Beating back the stupefying dread that threatens to paralyze your limbs, you leap forward, bringing your sword down upon the beast's broad skull, but it moves with unnatural speed. Its jaws close on your hand, thick yellow fangs piercing your skin and crushing the array of delicate bones with a burst of pain that draws an involuntary scream. You fall to the ground, clutching your mangled hand to your chest. The beast's flesh ripples. It draws itself up, arching its back like a cat, its bones twisting in its hind legs, its toes on its forepaws stretching to fingers, its muzzle drawing in and flattening. It draws human flesh around it. Human, a woman, a familiar woman. Yes! I was right! It was Mila! Brazen and unafraid, she stands before you, her face stained with blood, the dead child at her feet. Covering your mouth with your hand, you choke and stagger back, nauseous with revulsion. You? Yes, she says, with no hint of guilt or apology. Me. I trusted you, Mila, and all this time, behind my back, you were tearing these helpless smurds to pieces, and you were enjoying it? 6 years, Dragomir. 6 years I had to smile meekly and serve Medividka to the murderers of the man I loved, and then I found the spell in Father Cyril's leech book, an incantation to bind an unclean force to the caster's will, and I realized that, woman or no, I didn't need to remain weak. A smile spreads across her blood-smeared face. I put the wolfsbane beneath my tongue and drank rang water out of a wolf's pawprint by moonlight. Don't you fear for your immortal soul? The elk and the glutton, those were you as well? Hunting experiments, as you expected. And oh, I can't describe how good it felt. I brought the knife in case my own teeth and claws were not enough. But I needn't have worried. The most savage beasts of the forest fell beneath me, her eyes brighten. Where do I come into all of this? Is this your revenge fantasy that you're living out? You? It was you who made it all possible. I couldn't very well just kill half of Derevnya out of nowhere, could I? Sooner or later, someone would put it together. I needed a scapegoat. Someone the people would turn on. I thought of Kitcheber, but no, she hates me. But I still won't harm her. She's suffered enough. And then, like a miracle, there you were. A stranger, a wild man dressed in skins. A killer with a sword. It was perfect. All I had to do was keep you from leaving. Don't you fear for your immortal soul? She smiles that serene smile. God is a God of justice. This atrocity is affront to him. I believe that he is smiling down on me. But you did witchcraft. If God made all the world, beasts and diseases and remedies, then this spell too is the work of his hands. I have no great desire to see the gates of heaven. Ulabur was unbaptized. I don't wish to be anywhere that he cannot go. I have heard enough. You're not who I thought you were. Abruptly she wheels on you. With your sword, with your comrades at arms, when something goes wrong, you can take your revenge. Do you have any idea what it's like to be a woman? To watch someone you love be murdered and completely helpless? I understand better than you think. No. I really think you don't. The memory of Vitalia rears up inside you, the look on their face when they knew that you had failed them. And I don't have an option except to not tell her. You force those ghosts back into the furthest dusty recesses of your mind, where they have dwelt for all these years. You won't share a memory of the one you held most dear with a murderer. I don't suppose I do, but the people of Derevnya do. I know they felt you deserved death, but why the suffering? Why the terror? And why do you kill the innocents as well? Innocents? Tell me, who were the innocents? What about Onfirm? He was a babe. Hasn't he suffered enough? With the unclean force, with his parents leaving? Yes, they left. They helped kill a man and then they walked off to Kiev. And they've never faced so much as a fine for what they did. Does that seem just? But he's a little boy. Someone will pay for the sins of the fathers, she says. If you meet the son of that deathless knyaz of yours, would you welcome him with open arms? Your silence says everything. What about Zvezdana? She was only a child. And you think that means she didn't know what she was doing? Children are easily led, and Zvezdana doesn't understand the world the way the rest of us do. The crowd went and she followed, and she gets to follow them in their punishment as well. What about Father Cyril? Surely you don't mean to tell me he raised a hand against Ulabur? I won't believe it. He didn't. The day Ulabur died, it was Saturday. I will always remember that fact, because the next morning, the murderers celebrated the divine liturgy, and he gave all of them the host. The blood scarcely even washed from their hands, and he would tell them that their sins were forgiven. She presses a shaking fist to her mouth. What about Lord Godemir? I know he wasn't in the mob. He's broken up with guilt that he was unable to hold them back. Godemir, our just kind lord, with his Pravda Rossiskyaya, is one marten pelt a fair exchange for a man's life? No price can replace a life. Well, they didn't even pay that. Do you know what punishment he gave them? Nothing. He watched what they did from his fine manor at the top of the hill and turned a blind eye. I don't want to hear any more. You back away until your back meets the rough logs of the inn's wall. If you're going to end this, end this. I planned to let the villagers find you with your throat slit, overcome with sorrow over the blood of your hands, she says, wiping a wet strand of flesh from her mouth. But now there will be no way to conceal that you've been attacked by the Volkolak, and I won't be able to pass the thing off under that pretense. No matter. Without Lord Godemir, they are leaderless sheep. I doubt they even have the strength to form a mob anymore, cowed as they are. She takes another step closer to you. You can smell the blood on her. I wish I could let you go. If I thought you would leave me in peace, I would, but I know better than that. Your sense of honor is too strong. You would never rest until you'd put an end to me, and so I must end you. She shakes her head, her face grave. I want you to know I take no pleasure in this. The others were an act of justice. I could revel in the hunt. This is only a tragedy. And she pounces, swift and graceful as a dancer. You throw up your arms to protect yourself, but still she finds your throat. With a half-human face, half-beast. Achievement unlocked, let all the villagers die. Her teeth close on your throat like a lover's embrace. Bad end. Everyone dies. What was I supposed to do? I suspect that maybe if we had have told her more about our tragic backstory, that she would have had more sympathy for us, and maybe we could trick her into, like, a moment of sympathy and then smack her while she's being sympathetic. But I don't know. I do not know. That is, however, an appropriate ending for a Spookums game. The monster gets us. The monster gets us. Alright. I quite liked that. My voice was a bit rough from all the reading. But otherwise, I quite liked that. The only flaws were those 2 times that it felt like we didn't know how to make any progress, and that we were just looping through all the text options when the boy was lost or trying to run away from us, and inside the forest. Otherwise, I liked that. Cheers all. Thank you for watching, and I hope you had a lovely time.